Okay, I would call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanage, Nani Bueda Migweche Wendanda. Nani Buena Migweche Wendanda.
Please remain standing as we reflect on the announcement of the discovery of 23 potential unmarked graves near the site of the former Aljak Indian Residential School in Fraser Lake, British Columbia. Our thoughts continue to be with the Nadlawoten First Nation. And also, please join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Michael Baum, Jenny Karayanakis, Antonio Gagliano, Rosalie May McKinnon, Diana McStay. Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the contributions of Dr. Eileen Davila, Chief Medical Officer of Health, Toronto Public Health. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning. It's bittersweet today that we recognize the soon-to-be departing Toronto Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Eileen Davila. Since 2017, Dr. Davila has led the largest local public health agency in Canada, serving Toronto's 3 million plus residents. Dr. Davila has been at the forefront of public health efforts in Toronto, including overseeing multiple important public health initiatives, including guiding Toronto's COVID-19 pandemic response and the largest vaccination campaign in the city's history, and immensely successful too. She's also addressing the ongoing drug toxicity crisis and championing public health initiatives focusing on addressing health inequities. Dr. Davila continues to push for initiatives that address the health challenges facing our city, such as addressing mental health and substance use and strategies to advance the health of Indigenous people and racialized communities. I personally went to the dental care van and saw the seniors just welcoming the van that would help fix their teeth with open arms. Is so much that she has contributed. Today, we honor an extraordinary leader, an inspiring colleague, and a compassionate advocate for public health, Dr. Eileen Davila. As we reflect on her remarkable journey and lasting legacy she has created, we also look forward with excitement to the new chapter she's about to begin. She's taking some time, enjoying the company of her family, her wonderful sons that are here joined with us. Dr. Davila, your steadfast dedication, leadership, and grace and calm under pressure has guided our city in its most challenging moments. Beyond the accomplishments is your kindness, humanity, and unwavering care for others that make you truly exceptional. Dr. Davila, thank you so very, very much for your service to the City of Toronto. Please join me in giving Dr. Davila a big round of applause. Dr. Davila, come on over, and we want to extend an appreciation. You're joined by your wonderfully supportive family, your husband and your 3 sons, your mom's best friends, and a childhood friend that's been there for many years, since high school, and all the wonderful senior officer at Medical Office of Health. Let's come and take a photo.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Rare are the moments when one actually gets to speak from this place in this chamber, so this is quite something else. Thank you, Mayor Chow, members of council, and to my family, friends, and colleagues who have joined us here today in chambers. As I stand before you today, I am filled with a mix of emotions. It has truly been the privilege of a lifetime serving as Toronto's Medical Officer of Health. As I said in May when I announced my intent to step away from this role, this was not an easy decision. But after nearly 8 years, after a once-in-a-100-year pandemic, and after all this role properly demands, I am ready for a rest and a new chapter. You know, early in my tenure, I was coined the People's Doctor, a title that I have not entirely been comfortable with, but one that I have tried and can only hope that I lived up to, even if just in part. In my ongoing quest to live up to that title, and in keeping with standard medical practice, I would like to take a few moments to deliver to City Council my handover note as I relinquish care for the patient that it has been my honor to serve since 2017. Members of Council, first, my thanks to you for entrusting me with the care of this patient, the 3 million people who call Toronto home and whose health has been my responsibility. This is a responsibility that I have taken very seriously and one that I am very proud to have experienced. I can assure you that the patient is both the most engaging and rewarding patient a public health and preventive medicine specialist could ever hope to serve, and at the same time, arguably the most challenging, not just in this province, but in this country. In the role of MOH, I've done my very best to serve the people of Toronto. I sought to listen, to understand, and to act in the patient's best interests, the best interests of our community. This being said, the patient has endured a number of challenges since 2017. Just as I assumed the role of MOH and the care of the patient, the drug toxicity epidemic really began to accelerate. And so, with the support of the Board of Health, the amazing team at Toronto Public Health set up the first official supervised consumption service in the city. Over the years, this service has attended to more than 4,000 overdoses. That's 4,000 lives saved, to say nothing of the countless referrals to treatment, housing, and other health and social supports. Only a few short months thereafter, the province proposed significant budget cuts to local public health, which for us at TPH meant a projected loss of almost $1 billion over 10 years. And so we at Toronto Public Health joined forces with members of the Board of Health and Council and with hundreds of our partners from around the community and successfully fended off those cuts. And then, only a few short months following that, there emerged news of a pneumonia of unknown origin circulating in China. And what ensued was the most significant public health emergency of the last 100 years, which has left not one of us untouched in one way, shape, or form. Clearly, my time as Toronto's MOH, as the city's doctor, was a time that tested our resilience, our patience, and our unity. The events of the last few years have revealed deep inequities and injustices in our systems and in our society. But they also showcase the incredible strength and the spirit of our city. And it is this strength and spirit that I know will serve the city well in its ongoing quest for health and a healthier future. So as the People's Doctor, I hope you will allow me to offer one final prescription for the City of Toronto. And my prescription calls for unity, but perhaps not in the way that you think. During the pandemic, we saw public, private, and not-for-profit sectors come together like never before. Our city mobilized like never before. What might it be like if we put the same energy to focus on and address the key issues of our city? This kind of collaboration, marked by singularity of purpose amongst the public, private, and community sectors, was crucial in navigating the COVID crisis, and I believe will be no less important in the months and years ahead. With this in mind, my prescription for the city is for unity. And by this, I mean unity of focus, working together on a few key areas or issues to make a meaningful impact, much as we did in response to COVID-19. This will require a shift in focus from outputs to outcomes and from programs to purpose. And our actions must occur at scale, at a population level, to use public health parlance, so that they lead to meaningful and positive changes in the community. To achieve all this, we will need to address the health of our public service, many of whom are here in the room and are certainly all over the city. Amongst the greatest resources this city has are the dedicated public servants of this city, many of whom work tirelessly every day often without the recognition they deserve. Many, and maybe even most, are exhausted and have not fully recovered from the demands placed upon them over the last few years. And I say this from personal experience and my own observation of my colleagues around me. And so I recommend a focus as well on the well-being of the Toronto Public Service. They are the backbone of this city's operations, and in this doctor's opinion, their health is paramount to success in serving the public. I recognize that this prescription may not be easy to hear or follow. I can tell you it's not an easy one to deliver, especially in this room and in this place. But delivering diagnoses and offering my best advice is often challenging, and it is at the core the role of the medical officer of health. So as I step down from this incredible role, I want to express my deepest gratitude to so many of you, including those gathered here in the room today. The support I have received from members of council, from Toronto's public service all around this room and beyond, from community organizations, and from residents has truly been inspiring. I would be remiss if I did not give a special shout out to my colleagues at Toronto Public Health, many of whom are here. And I'm talking about current staff and, yes, alumni, some of whom are also here in the room today, who, speaking of inspiration, this team has risen to every challenge and delivered the best of public service, even in the darkest of days. This includes honorary members of the Toronto Public Health team, notably my colleague and dear friend, recently retired Fire Chief Matthew Pegg. Colleagues, your dedication and passion for this city are the driving force behind our achievements over the last 8 years. It has been a true honor and privilege to work alongside each and every one of you. And with that, I thank you once again from the bottom of my heart.
Councillor Moyes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Mayor said, this is truly bittersweet. It's great. I'm happy for Dr. Davila, but sad for the rest of us. Having had the distinct honor of working closely alongside Dr. Davila as Chair of the Board of Health, I can attest to her unwavering commitment, guidance, and collaborative spirit. In her 7 years tenure as Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Davila has navigated us through unprecedented challenges, her most notable achievement being the skillful handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Her calm and reassuring presence consistently delivered of critical updates and the voice that continually affirmed that it's okay, which I heard over and over again, because a beacon of hope in uncertain times. But leading us through the pandemic is just one of Dr. Davila's many achievements during her incredible 7 years of service. She has also been at the helm of the Toronto Public Health through development of the new strategic plan, environmental challenges like the 2023 wildfire smoke season, ongoing response to constantly evolving drug toxicity crisis, and exciting new initiatives like the free mobile dental care program for residents of long-term care facilities. As someone who has had the honor of working closely with Dr. Villa, I have witnessed firsthand her unwavering determination invaluable wisdom, and a natural ability to unite us all in the face of adversity. Her keen insight into our residents' needs, her willingness to collaborate, and her adaptiveness of navigating complex issues have earned her my deepest respect and admiration. But beyond her professional achievements, it is Dr. Davila's personal qualities that have left an incredible mark on all of us. Her empathy, her commitment, and her unwavering belief in a healthier, more equitable city have not just made her an exceptional leader, but also a cherished friend. Our daily interactions filled with shared ideas, mutual respect, and a common vision have been one of the most rewarding aspects of my tenure as chair of the Board of Health. As we bid goodbye to Dr. Davila, we do this with a heartfelt appreciation for her invaluable contributions, both professionally and personally. Her retirement is well earned, and while we will undoubtedly miss her, we wish her all the joy, success, and fulfillment in her future endeavors. Dr. Davila, thank you for your extraordinary service, your impact on our city as a legacy that will continue to inspire. And also, too, it's nice to see that you're wearing the scarf that the Board of Health gave you last week. So, all the best, and I'll miss you. And as I've said to you before, I love you, and you're the best part of me anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moyes. Just on a personal note, before we continue, during the pandemic, I was told that I was allergic to the vaccine, and Dr. Davila actually came with me, held my hand while I took the injection, and sat with me to ensure that I didn't have any side effects. And you sat with me for a half hour, so thank you for that. I'm not allergic anymore, but thank you for being there. I was petrified. Yeah. And also, I was told by Dr. Davila she was actually a constituent of mine when I was the mayor in York Southwest, and I didn't know that either. So, okay. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Thompson. If you could read the motion, please.
Just waiting for it to come up. No.
It's on the screen.
It is on the screen now, wasn't before. Yes, good morning, and thank you, Speaker. That City Council confirmed the minutes from the regular meeting held on November 13th, 14th, 2024, in the form supplied to the members. Thank you.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, there are two administrative inquiries under Council's procedures. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information referred to a Council committee. We have administrative inquiry 24.1 from Councillor Pasternak regarding the action plan to keep Toronto safe from hate. Now, Councillor Pasternak is not here. So, just one sec. Yeah, I think we'll wait for him to come back. Yeah. And, all right, so we have administrative inquiry 24.2 from Councillor Burnside regarding the cost of Toronto Fire Services operations on the Toronto Island. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Burnside?
No, your mic's on.
Oh, I'll move receipt. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Burnside is
There you
moving
go, buddy.
receipt. On favor, opposed, if any, carried.
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
can I
Councillor.
just rise in a quick point of privilege, just to announce the Transit Workers Assault Awareness Day, to make a quick remarks about that? They're here now. Okay.
So I just want to remind members of council, if you have any announcements to make, you need to let me know in advance of the council meeting. Councillor Myers, you need to let me know in advance of the council meeting so I can acknowledge you. So Councillor Myers, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I rise today on a point of privilege today to mark Transit Workers Assault Awareness Day. This is a vital occasion to recognize and honor the hard work, commitment, and courage of TTC workers. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Mayor Olivia Chow, TTC CEO Greg Percy, and ATU 113 President Marvin Alfred, who's in the chamber today, and our union partners for their unwavering support to this important cause. Every day, thousands of TTC employees step onto buses, streetcars, and subway platforms to keep our city moving. They work tirelessly to connect Torontonians to jobs, schools, and loved ones. But far too often, these dedicated employees face harassment, threats, and even violence while simply doing their job. This is unacceptable. Transit workers deserve dignity, respect, and most importantly, the assurance that they will return home safely at the end of their shifts to their loved ones. This is why today is so important, to not only raise awareness of the challenges transit workers face, but also to recommit ourselves to making their safety a top priority. I'm proud to share that the TTC has made significant strides in addressing this issue. Earlier this year, the TTC board approved over $28 million for enhanced safety, security, and employee well-being measures. These investments have led to a 41% decrease in reported offenses against employees since January 2023. But let me be clear. While the progress is commendable, even one assault is too many. Behind every statistic is a person who has experienced fear of harm while simply doing their job. We owe it to them to continue strengthening safety measures across our entire transit system. And to the public, I urge you to stand with us. Harassment and violence against transit workers are not just an issue for the TTC. They reflect broader changes in how we treat those in our communities. Let's work together to end aggression, violence, and hatred, and foster a culture of respect and solidarity towards our frontline employee workers. Today, we can create a transit system that is not only reliable and efficient, but also safe for everyone, including employees. I know the mayor will have more to say on this tomorrow, but as TTC chair, I would like to take this opportunity again to just recognize the ATU workers and all the other workers, TTC workers, for their incredible support that they've done for our cities. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And I just want to remind members of council, if there's an announcement that you need to make at council, please let me know in advance so I can acknowledge you before we start the agenda. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
That the report from meeting 19 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Speaker, I want to point out that there's a number of important items. There's the Housing Development Officer office, which is at the center of what we want to do to build more housing faster. There's an item on waterfront revitalization, which will build beautiful parks and destination points, trails, homes for 100,000 people, etc. Another item tackling the low wages of some of the vehicle for hire, like Uber drivers, gig workers. There's dollars to feed extra 8,000 more kids starting next year. And something that I know Councillor Perruzza is very proud of is supporting a lease for the Community Music School of Toronto in the Finch West, Jane Finch area. It's a great organization offering music programs to young people.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Audit Committee report.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. That report from meeting number 7 of the Audit Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Speaker, I'm happy to let you know that there are 6 items at today's Council meeting from the Audit Committee. 2 of them are subject matter audits. 2 of them are follow-up reports from previous work that both the Committee and Council expressed an interest in. And the 3rd is a cyclical set of reports from business improvement areas. I'll take a moment to note that on this agenda is the 2025 Auditor General's Work Plan. And as you will see in that work plan, there is a very ambitious amount of work to be done. Something that we acknowledge and take our time working through at the Audit Committee each and every meeting because this work is important to the city's government, and of course people's confidence in government. That ambitious work plan does come with a need, and that is to fund the Auditor General's office. And within the report is a little bit of commentary about the budget submission coming forward. And so members, as you consider the upcoming budget, I hope that you will remember the importance of the Auditor General's work and the value that it always brings to this city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report for the regular meeting 18th, special meeting 19th of the Board of Health listed on the agenda for Council be presented for consideration. It has been a dynamic couple of months at Toronto Public Health with many big changes in motion and on the horizon. Staff have begun to move out of their home at 277 Victoria Street, and preparations continue for Dr. Villa's retirement at the end of the year. Today, we are seeking the appointment of an acting medical officer of health who will lead us into 2025. In November, we also celebrated a milestone, the 1-year anniversary of Our Health, Our City, mental health and substance use strategy for Toronto. In the past year, we assembled the Our Health, Our City implementation panel, development and expanded initiatives to enhance accessible, safe support, and continued to address inequities in mental health and substance use. We have faced challenges with new provincial legislation impacting our efforts but we have remained steadfast in our commitment to addressing these health areas, following evidence and best practices. While mental health and substance use are top priorities for Toronto Public Health, they are far from the only areas in which we are working to promote health and well-being. On today's agenda, we're looking to strengthen and expand the Into Kids Health program, which provides schools with funding to implement initiatives that will create healthy school environments for our students. And finally, as this year comes to a close, I want to acknowledge the diligence and resilience of our team at Toronto Public Health. Despite the physical move, the upcoming transition in leadership, and the challenges thrown our way by new provincial legislation, their resolve has not wavered. As we continue to navigate this period of change, I am confident that together we will continue to make strides in improving health outcomes for residents across our city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 20 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the corporation's nominating panel report.
Yes, good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. That report is motion coming up. There we go. That the report from meeting 15 of the corporation's nominating panel listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do, thank you, Speaker. I move that that the report from the meeting 17 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I just want to highlight a couple of things. There's shelter report. It touches on so many different aspects, from capital plan to shelter safety study, and the preparations that we need as a whole to make sure that we're bringing people inside. I also want to alert members of council that good progress is being made in advancing our reconciliation action plan through granting this report. We are, the partnered approach to inclusive economic development report is a companion piece to the action plan for Toronto's economy. It is embedded in the action plan, and it's important for looking and thinking about building community wealth across the city and ensuring that economic development is lifting people up everywhere and in every community. And finally, I urge members to take a look at the EC 17.5 to understand the pressures that our childcare system is under. It's an important update from Children's Services there for everyone to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. That the report from meeting number 18 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 18 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I'd like to thank the members of the committee for their good contributions during this this meeting. And I just want to draw some attention to the Vision Zero report that's contained herein. And I think it's important we reflect on how far that we've come. So I urge you to please have a look at Appendix 3. I know that Councillor Cole is a big fan of this data that's there, and it shows the impact of the work and the impact of the investments we're making, that things are trending in the right direction. Just to celebrate our success, it's important people know that as a result of the Vision Zero road safety plan, we have installed 1,465 pedestrian head starts, 604 school zones, 296 red light cameras, 188 mobile watch your speed signs, 75 automatic speed enforcement cameras, 1,128 community safety zones, and 524 accessible pedestrian signals. So an incredible, huge amount of work by the great people in transportation. And we have more work to do, and so I just want everybody to be aware that next year you'll be seeing 75 new automated speed enforcement cameras. I know you're all looking forward to residents calling you about those tickets.
We actually have them call you.
20 new community safety zones, and the process for that has been updated. Continued reduction of speed limits on all local roadways to 30 kilometers per hour. Changing stopping and parking restrictions at pedestrian crossovers to make people more visible. 52 new red light cameras will be installed, and there'll be 150 new pedestrian and bicycle head start signals. Daily patrol of bike lanes by transportation standards officers. I know many of you have been asking for this for a long time. And my favorite, 80 new school safety zones will continue to be installed until all zones are complete by 2027. So I think it's important that we celebrate all the hard work. It is very hard for us to talk about road safety every time there is an accident. It hits home. It's very personal. It's so hard. But it's important that we continue to look at the data, we continue to make the investments, and we continue to move things in the right direction. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce a Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from Meeting 17 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. The report from meeting number 18 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 19 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration, and we were happy to welcome Councillor Rachel Cheranos-Lynn into our midst for her first North York Community Council. And she did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce Scarborough Community Council report.
Yes, I do. I'm just getting it together. Thank you. That the report from meeting number 18 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 18 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda for Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce a new business and the business previously requested by city officials? Moved by Councillor Ainsley. It's on the screen. Oh, sorry.
No problem. Sorry, the motion disappeared. That the new business and business previously requested from city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Councillor Bravo, declaration?
No.
Okay, well, we're at declarations right now. Are there any petitions at this time? No? Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by Council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The City Clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 24.7. Review of the order paper. If Council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have one deferred item before us today, DM 24.1. And the Mayor has designated item CC 24.16 on advancing phase 1 of the purpose-built rental housing incentive stream as our first key matter and first item of business this afternoon. And the Mayor has designated item EX 19.3 analysis of driver wages in the vehicle for hire industry as their second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the Mayor's key matters are completed. Councillor Cheng, you wish to bring an item forward to the Council agenda.
I'm going to seize the day. Yes. Oh.
On the screen.
That in accordance with Section 27-7.10 of Municipal Code Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council remove the following item from the Civic Appointments Committee and bring the item forward to City Council for consideration. CA 21.1 headed Appointment of a Public Board Member to the Lakeshore Arena Corporation Board. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And this item will be brought forward and held in Councillor Cheng's name. Councillor Bravo, you wish to bring an item forward to the council agenda?
Thank you, Speaker. That in accordance with Section 27.7.10 of Municipal Code Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council remove the following item from the striking committee and bring the item forward to City Council for consideration. ST 7.1 headed Council Midterm Member Appointments to Committees, Boards, and External Bodies.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And that item will be brought forward and held in will be held in Councillor Bravo's ward. Name. Name. Okay. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. CC 24.16, advancing phase 1 of the purpose-built rental housing incentive stream. The Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order of paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speaker's list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. So on deferred item DM 24.1. No? Okay, Executive Committee. Mayor Chow.
I can release 1913.13 with an amendment. If council is willing, can the clerk put the amendment in on the screen?
Okay, so
Item
we'll put
13.
the amendment on the screen.
There it is. Housing benefits in Toronto, improve access to housing for an added 900 households with direction that be administered prior to the province fiscal year end, fully funded through in-year underspending reflected in the operating budget for Toronto Shelter and Support Services. It's funds that is left from the shelter, and they're using it to house folks to get people out from the cold.
Okay, so we have the amendment by Mayor Chow on EX 19.13. On favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Moyes, Executive.
I'd like to hold item EX 19.25, updating the Code of Conduct for public members of City Council's advisory bodies.
Councillor Crisanti.
I'm good, Madam Chair. That's right. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to release
I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Release EX 19.1, strengthening the City of Toronto's housing development. Okay, I'll continue to hold. And then on EX 19.2, I'm waiting for a technical amendment. And on EX 19. The Basin Street also.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I can't hear you. You're not
Sorry.
speaking in the mic.
Waiting for technical amendments on many of my holds, Speaker. Thank you. And I'll continue to hold number 1.
Okay. All right, that's it for executive. Could I just, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on EX 19.10 on the solid waste fees. Okay. EX 19.10. I did. 2025 interim solid waste management service fees. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, are you present and in the meeting? Thank you. Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? In favor, thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 19-4.
Okay, the next one is Audit Committee. Okay, Board of Health. Who said hang on? Councillor Crescenti.
So, Speaker, I would like to hold AU 7.1, the Auditor General's.
AU 7.1? Okay, thank you. Board of Health. Councillor Cole, Board of Health?
Sorry, I meant to hold audit.
Okay, just one sec. Yes?
Audit Committee 7.9, Business Improvement Areas Update on 2023 audited financial statements.
Okay, thank you. Board of Health? Civic appointments. Corporations nominating panel. Councillor Fletcher. Okay, just one sec. Go ahead.
NC 15.2, appointment of a public member to Toronto Hydro. I can release that.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing NC 15.2. On favor, show of hands, carried.
And then NC 15.3, appointment of a public member to the Create TO Board.
Okay, and NC 15.3, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, carried. Economic and Community Development Committee report. Councillor Moyes.
I'd like to hold EC 17.3.
Thank you. Okay. General Government Committee. Infrastructure and Environment. Councillor Moyes.
I'd like to hold IE 18.1, updates on Vision Zero Road Safety Plan.
It's already been held down.
Okay.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm sorry, what number is it? I'm going to release the, sorry, it's on there.
IE 18.
GG 18.39, temporary suspension of Duron, Ontario Limited.
Which one?
GG 18.39.
Oh, we're at infrastructure.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh,
My
okay.
apologies. My apologies.
Hold on, let me go back.
Thank you.
So GG 18.39?
39, yep. The temporary.
You want to release?
Yes,
Okay.
please, thank you.
Okay, all in favor, carried. So we're back to infrastructure. Anything? Councillor Crisanti, did you have infrastructure?
18.7 Mississauga boundary facilities agreement.
Thank you. Planning and housing. Oh, Councillor Fletcher, back on infrastructure? Okay, okay.
I will just release IE 18.5 to the mayor because this is an item that she wishes to deal with first thing this morning. And that is the feasibility of requiring side guards on all commercial trucks operating in the City of Toronto, including retrofitting the city's fleet.
So you want to release that and give it to the mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mayor, do you want it? Yes. Okay. Okay, Councillor Perks.
Yes, you'd called planning and housing? I have quite a few.
Yeah, planning and housing.
First, I would like to release PH 17.3, which is 50 Wilson Heights Boulevard, Block 1, City-initiated zoning bylaw amendment application decision report.
Okay, on PH 17.3, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Carried.
Next, PH 17.6, which is the rooming house item, exempting dwelling rooms in a multi-tenant house from parkland dedication and clarifications to exemptions in Article 3 of Chapter 415, Development of Land. I have an amendment.
Okay. Oh, you have an amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so let's put the amendment on the screen. This is on PH 17.6.
Just quickly, so that members understand, this is a small wording correction that city staff asked me to move.
Okay, so the amendment is on the screen on PH 17.6. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote on the amendment or the item? Item is amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please close the vote. How do you vote, sir? The item is amended, carries. The vote is 21-2.
Thank you. Councillor Perks?
Yes. I just need my screen cleared. Oh, we're gonna be very happy when I sit down, all of us. I would like to release item PH 17.7, the relaunch of the Home Ownership Assistance Program to support new nonprofit, affordable and attainable home ownership housing.
Okay, on PH 17.7, all in favor?
Oh, hang on, Councillor Moyse. Okay, Councillor Moyse wants me to keep holding it.
Who wants to hold it?
I'm holding it.
Or you're going to continue holding it? Okay.
I'd like to release PH 17.9, commuter parking opportunities for 777 Victoria Park Avenue.
Okay, on PH 17.9, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Carried.
I've got more. PH 17.15, 2451 and 2489 Bayview Avenue, proposed amendment to designating bylaw under Part 4, Section 30, 17.1 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Okay, on PH 17.15, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Sure. Just a sec. Yes, Councillor Matlow?
I just missed the moment there. May I hold the Victoria Park item?
Pardon?
I just missed a moment, just a moment ago, the Victoria Park item. Is he fine?
Yeah, we made an amendment at committee.
Okay, then fine.
You're okay?
Yeah, okay.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Good eye, though. PH 17.16, 358 through 360, Dufferin Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Okay, PH 17.16, all in favor? Carried.
And finally, PH 17.17, 94 Courtly Boulevard, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Okay, on PH 17.17, all in favor? Carried.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, on Etobicoke York Community Council. Pardon? Oh, sorry, Councillor Sachs. Your name on planning.
Yes, thank you. I'll release PH 17.8, the Toronto Green Standard. Thank you.
Okay, you're releasing PH 17.8?
Yes.
Okay, on favor, carried. Thank you. Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Crescenti, I believe you had an item?
I do, Speaker. EY 18.1, that's 1 to 20 Adriatic Road, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application.
So you're holding that down?
Yes.
Okay, any more? So I would like to hold EY 18.3 in my name. I have an amendment on that one. At one point I can release it, I get the amendment. Huh? Pardon? Can I do it from here? Oh, okay. Can I do it from here? I can't do it from here. Okay, well, okay. Okay. I'll do it shortly. North York Community Council. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold NY 19.10, 120 to 128 Shepherd Avenue West, NY 19.11, renew.
19.11 has already been held, Councillor Chang.
Oh, okay. And 19.29, Steeles Avenue East and Bayview Avenue.
Okay. Councillor Perks, did you,
Yes,
Councillor Perks?
Speaker, on NY11, Councillor Carroll contacted me yesterday. She is not able to be present at the meeting, so she asked me to hold it instead. I don't know how you want to proceed. Maybe we could email her or something.
She's held it down, so do you just want me to put your name on it?
She contacted me, said she's not able to be present at the meeting, and asked me to hold it instead.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll just change her name to yours.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Burnside, are you? Okay, just one sec. Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Councillor Candeval, SC 18.5.
I didn't hear that.
On behalf of Councillor Candeval, 18.5. Well, I don't care if you heard it. That's the difference.
Easy there, Tiger.
Councillor Burnside, are you holding it in your name or Councillor Candeval?
Or something. On behalf of Councillor Candeval, please.
Yeah, okay. All right. Any more for Councillor Myers, Scarborough?
I'd like to hold SC 18.12, Metrolink Scarborough Subway Extension, long-term temporary road closures and public highway dedication, Kennedy Station Connection Emergency Exit Building 1 and Lawrence East Station.
Yeah, it's here without a recommendation.
Can we deal with that tomorrow?
Well, we'll go through it when we go timed items.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I have two items here. SC 18.1, which is 2102 Lawrence Avenue East, and 1 Ellington Drive. There's a supplementary that I'd like to move. I'd like to vote on that, and then basically to have a vote on the adopted item once we deal with the supplementary.
So SC 18.1, you'd like to move the supplementary?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Maybe, are we putting it on the screen? Okay, good. Do I have to read it?
Okay, there it is on the screen, Councillor Thompson.
Okay, thanks. That's a supplementary. And so...
Okay. On the amendment, all in favor? Carried.
And on the item?
On the item as amended?
That's correct.
Carried.
And Speaker, the next item that I'd like to have a recorded vote on is SC 18.3, 123 Bellamy Road North, zoning amendment application appeal report.
You want a recorded vote
Yes,
on
please.
that? Okay, recorded vote on SC 18.3. Michael?
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? The item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Moyes.
I'd like to hold item TE 18.7, 325 Gerrard Street East, Region Park Business 1.5.
Okay.
And also TE 18.61, I do have an amendment. Can I move that now?
Pardon?
18.1, sorry, 18.61.
And what do you want to do?
I want to move an amendment.
Does the staff have your amendment? No,
It's not ready?
we don't have it.
Okay. He's looking.
Yeah. Okay, we'll put the amendment on the screen.
Okay.
Councillor Moyes?
Yes, all in favor?
The amendment is on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Sachs?
Yes. I'm releasing TE 18.4, 452 Bathurst.
Okay, Councillor Sachs is releasing TE 18.4. On favor? Carried. Okay, new business. Councillor Cheng, new business.
I'd like to hold CC 24.9, 145 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's it. All right. Okay, Councillor Fletcher?
I know everybody's happy with the releasing of holds, and I've got IE 18.10, Toronto.
Go ahead. Toronto and East York?
No, IE and IEC.
Oh, okay, just
Sorry.
a sec.
Not
Let me get to
TEIE.
it.
Yep.
Well, I'll hold that then.
You want to hold that? Yeah. Okay.
Is this IE 18.10?
Yes.
You want to release it? Well, it's
Well-
here without a recommendation.
Councillor Sachs would like to hold it, but I also think it's the apostrophe's in the wrong
So
place.
do you want me to put in Councillor Sachs's name?
Do you want that? Yeah. The apostrophe is in the wrong place, just FYI. Thanks.
Okay, we'll put it in Councillor Sachs' name.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm right.
All right. Okay, that's
That's why I was
done.
holding it.
Yes, Councillor Moyes.
I do have a release if you're interested.
Pardon?
I have a release, EC 17.3, addressing reconciliation and equity via community funds.
Okay, just a
Funding.
sec. This is, read the item again, I can't hear you.
EC 17.3, addressing reconciliation and equity via community funding. I'll release that item. I know, I'm releasing it now.
You're fat.
I know.
C 17.3, on favor, carried. All right, that's it. Councillor Bravo? Yes?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release 24.4, CC 24.4, Canada Post Labor Disruption and Councillor Newsletter.
Oh, okay,
Entitlement.
just a sec, let me find it. This is
CC 24.4, Canada Post Labor Disruption and Councillor Newsletter Entitlement.
CC 24.4, Canada Post Labor Disruption? Is that, okay. On favor, carried. Okay, I believe that's it.
It was not going to deal with the fact that we need to spend money.
I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. Mayor Chow.
I would like to consider IE 18.1, which is Vision Zero, and item 18.5, which is the side guards on trucks together, as the first item of business after the order paper today. It shouldn't take very long. And second, to consider item EC 17.4, which is Shelter Safety Action Plan and amendments related to lodging of asylum seekers and refugees, and item CC 24.1, which is the Ombudsman report, together as the first item after members' motion run through tomorrow. I'm combining it because they both talk about shelters for refugees.
Okay. So we have the motion by Mayor Chow. On favor, carried. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to request that we consider CC 24.3 Smart Track Stations Program Update tomorrow after the Mayor's the Mayor's morning key item.
Got it? Okay, on the motion by Councillor Bravo, on favor, carried. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to time item CC 24.2, which is the police framework city response to demonstrations, for the second item of business after members' motions tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, but I think, just a sec, let me just check to see. Fine. Yeah, so you're recommending that it be the second item after the mayor's key item? After her timed item. Okay. On favor? Carried.
If I may make a suggestion, I'd welcome your consideration to combine IA 24.1, the action plan to keep Toronto safe from hate, which is Councillor Pasternak's administrative inquiry, if we put those together.
Point of order, I can't do that.
But that one there is administrative inquiry item, so you can only move, receipt, or defer it.
Okay, that's fine.
So it's not
That's
to be
fine.
debated.
Yep.
We're just waiting for Councillor Pasternak to come in to move the motion either to receive or send it to committee.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry.
Point of order, if I may. So we have the timed item. We voted on that, I think, on a show of hands.
Yeah.
But I had another one that I needed to move. And this is a request that City Council recess today at 5:45 on December 17, 2024 for the Hanukkah celebration, which everybody is invited to.
Yeah, that's downstairs in the rotunda.
Right.
Yeah.
15 minutes early.
Yeah, it starts at 6, right?
Right.
Okay. So motion by Councillor Bradford to recess at 5:45 for the event downstairs, 6 o'clock. On favor? Carry. Thank you. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can be routed through normal committee. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn Council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise Council after each recess which motions I have agreed that are urgent and need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda to this meeting. Yeah, we have to. Those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hand. So in favor, carry. All right. Motions to added to the agenda this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. Members, you will notice that the mayor has called a special meeting for this Friday at 9 a.m. to consider a report on the results of bargaining with QP Local 416. This is the earliest meeting that can be held as the union does not complete its own vote until late Thursday evening. Please note the starting time is at 9 a.m. and not our usual 9:30 a.m. 9 a.m., everyone in the council chambers. Well, I know, but I was just trying to force people to come on time. That's why I said that. If you're, yeah, could. Yeah, yeah, it could be virtual too, yes. Yes, Mayor Chow?
That item should not take very long, so those of you that may be a bit further away, you could do a digital meeting, so, and it's the only item. And we cannot do it any sooner than Friday morning.
Okay,
This is a settlement.
thank you. All right, we will now go to the mayor's first key item, which... Oh, sorry. So the first items will be I-18.1 updates on Vision Zero road safety with I-18.5 visibility requiring side guards on all commercial trucks. So those are the two items we'll be dealing with together. The mayor is asked to combine those two together. Yeah. Questions of staff? Okay, we don't have any questions. Do we have any speakers? Okay, if you have questions, can you please put your name on the screen?
You know, Speaker, on a point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
The mayor did reorder this very suddenly, and so could you just give members a moment to get everything in order, including questions on this item that was lower in the list? So, thank you. My question to staff, I've got a couple of questions to staff. So this is on the Vision Zero document. I wondered if staff could tell me, you have collision information in databases that you record or you can access historical data, do you not? I don't remember the name of the system. The link is gone from the website. Maybe you could tell council what it is.
Through the speaker, yes, the Vision Zero dashboard has both a map and the
Not the
collision
Vision Zero
data.
dashboard. You have a database system, which is internal to the city, I think, that has collision history. And so I understand the Vision Zero has a great dashboard that's public facing, but you've got internal data. I believe you can look right up to the individual incident, including police report information. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that. Do members of council have full access?
Through the speaker, Councillor Holiday, you're referring to so we get data from the police, and that data comes to us and gets summarized and put onto our Vision Zero map, so that due to privacy concerns and all other things, there's some redacted information there, absolutely, but we do track that, and that's the basis for us reporting on our Vision Zero data.
In addition, within the city's intranet, you've got wonderful database reporting tools that are available to staff that contain information down to the road segment about historical accounting of incidences, vehicle collisions, injuries, all sorts of stuff. I'm sorry, I don't have the link in front of me. I didn't have time. We just had a few seconds.
Yes, and that information, at least the top line of that information, is on the Vision Zero map, as I understand it. That's available to the public.
My question to you is, on that database, can you get members of council access into the detailed information below the level that's shown on the Vision Zero web page?
I'm happy to take that back and look into what the privacy concerns might be around that, Councillor Holiday, so we can look into that.
The report talks about an assessment done after every fatality. Could you tell council very quickly a little bit about the work that your division does in looking at the aftermath of a fatal collision?
Yeah, I can start, and then I might pass it along to Jacqueline for a little bit more details.
Because I got a little bit of time, but.
So we do what is called a vulnerable road users assessment when there has been a crash that's resulted in either a fatality or a serious injury. It is a on-site review that we bring our team to. Typically, we also include others such as the police in those reviews, and we look to see what might have been conditions on site that we might make modifications to, or that we might change our standards in the future to lessen the impact there.
And what would it take to get a debriefing to members of council should they be interested following a collision? For instance, there was a fatality in Ward 2 where a family effectively was struck by a car, and I'd like to hear more about that so that I may think about ways to improve the situation. Would you be able to make that a practice to come to councillors, or at least offer a briefing after one of these events?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, to your earlier question, the database is fully available to councillors and councillor staff. We haven't provided explicit training to your offices on how to use it through Move, but it is available at the same level of access as city staff. And then to your second question.
So quickly on Move, before we lose it, there's a link on the far right where you can actually get into the depths of the report. I just wondered if councillors could get access to that, because that has all the goodies in it about precisely what happened.
Our understanding is the same level of access as staff, but we'll follow up about that particular question. To your second question, we routinely provide briefings on request. It isn't a proactive offer. We'd have to look at the resourcing for that, but we do get into the more circumstances related to a collision after we've done a vulnerable road user review. There are a number of things we cannot share in terms of privacy and liability, but there are a number of details that we get into in those briefings.
And the last is, in this report, you've got a number of area speed limit reductions that you've talked about, and you're working your way through that system. I know that I've specifically requested one be accelerated, and I think that's heading along a path, but would you be able to help me move that along if I ask you for it and council backs me up on that?
Sorry, just to clarify, Councillor, you're asking to accelerate a particular local road speed limit reduction?
An area-specific reduction.
So
that was your last question?
The timing and the sort of ordering of the local road speed limit reductions are based on a data-driven approach. So the order at which we undertake them is council directed based on that. So we can't speed them up, but we are looking to have them be completed as soon as possible. It's just that there's so many. The ones that you're particularly asking about are starting in January, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. While this report provides general updates and recommendations for our Vision Zero Road Safety Plan, I want to ask about how equipped we are to implement these safety improvements across the city. Does Transportation Services have the resources required to meet the demand for pedestrian crossings, speed humps, bumps and cushions, school safety zone implementations, local road speed limit reductions, paint markings, etc., within reasonable timeframes?
Through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, we do. We have been raising the capacity of both our staff and our contract resources to be able to meet the demand of a growing Vision Zero implementation program. In the last few years, we've routinely been in the upwards of 90% spend range, and so we are delivering on the dollars that City Council has invested in this program.
Thank you. On traffic calming, the report estimates that 90% of traffic calming requests meet the new warrants and are recommended for installation. You mentioned in the previous answers to questions around our data-driven approach. Can you talk to us a little bit more about how approved traffic calming projects are prioritized in the queue?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We spoke a little bit about this at Infrastructure and Environment Committee. We do have criteria that have been established to prioritize traffic calming locations should we not have sufficient budget to be able to deliver them in the following construction season to when they're approved. We have not, as of yet, had to use that prioritization criteria. We have been able to just proceed with installing them on par with when they're approved. And if we were getting higher demand than we had the budget to, we would then use the prioritization criteria to assess them.
Thank you. So on the Neighborhood Streets program, we know we have many projects that we have nominated in our ward, for example. Can you talk to me about how many projects are nominated each year versus how many projects are we able to complete each year?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We undertake to initiate 5 neighborhood streets plans per year, and we aim to distribute those equitably across the city so they're not multiple in one ward, and that we try and capture various different community council areas in that. The number that are nominated, I don't have it offhand, but it's in the number of several dozen, and they're assessed and prioritized based on a number of criteria, including equity, including ability to bundle work with upcoming capital work so that we can be efficient in that regard as well.
Thank you. My last question is on pedestrian crossings. What is the current length of time between a level 1 pedestrian crossing being approved for implementation by council and it actually getting installed?
I don't have that timeline in front of me, Councillor, but I believe it's in the 12 to 18 month range, and we're looking to trying to have that be delivered sooner. I know our goal was closer to within a year.
Wonderful. That's really helpful, and I know we are also being quoted 1.5 to 2 years on those, and would like to see that timeline shortened, so I appreciate that's a shared objective. Those are my questions. Thank you so much. That's all, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Sachs, I understand that you have students from Palmerston Junior Public School that's here. Did you want to introduce them?
Well, thank you very much. I want to draw the attention of my colleagues to the wonderful students from Palmerston School, right in the center of the annex, in the center of the ward, in the center of the city, coming today to City Council as part of their civics education to get a little taste of how government really works. And we're very glad to have you. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you all grow up to do something important.
Okay, we will now go to speakers. Mayor Chow, did you want to speak on it? Okay. Yeah. Okay, Mayor Chow.
Yeah, thank you. Each morning I receive a major incident report, and there's one this morning that was extremely, and from time to time, I get these fatalities report. It's traffic fatalities. The one that I saw was in your...
yeah, Rogers and Weston Road.
Yeah,
yes.
Rogers and Weston Road. Pedestrians struck by a tow truck near the above location. And after arriving at the hospital, the person was pronounced deceased. It's just sad. Most of these are in the evenings. And the Vision Zero Road Safety Plan was approved in Council in 2016. This is the year when Toronto experienced the highest number of traffic fatalities since 2002. And you heard from Councillor McAlfee, Deputy Mayor McAlfee, that talked about the large numbers of red light cameras, the speed enforcement cameras, the pedestrian head start lights, which really reduce the tragic interaction when cars are making right turns or left turns onto pedestrians. Sometimes people get hit that way. And there's a good number of school safety zones and community safety zones. And all of which I have combined that I've noticed the fatalities per capita in the city have dropped, has gone down, which is a welcome, that's a good trend line. There's a lot more we can do, and we'll continue to do our best. I also want to, because there's a second report that is connected to it, that I want to talk about Sygarts. Many years ago, I heard of a tragic incident where a cyclist, her name is Jenna Morrison, and she was on a bike, and a truck made a right turn, and drivers didn't see her because she was on the blind spot. It wasn't her fault, and she was whipped underneath the truck and was crushed between the two wheels. It was tragic. She was pregnant at the time. Some of you may remember it. And at that time, I promised her family that I would do something about installing side guards on trucks. Side guards actually lower fatalities when trucks make a right turn, rather than having pedestrians or cyclists being squeezed between two wheels, which often you're gone. If there's a side guard, you bounced off and you could survive that kind of accidents. And all through Europe, side guards have been installed for many, many years, and they have noticed that it's mandatory, that there's been a 60% drop. So 6 out of 10 people, when they're hit by a truck, whether it's a tow truck or a cement truck or a big truck, it doesn't matter, they will not be killed. It's 60% reduction of fatalities. So the report that is in front of you said that the City of Toronto is putting side guards in our trucks, and it's basically a piece of metal that extends from the truck near the wheels, and it's not expensive to do. And I just wish the federal and the provincial government mandate it, because adding these side guards on city vehicles and to all the trucks across Canada and in North America will mean that pedestrians and bicyclists, and when they come into a collision with these trucks, they will survive. So there are 30 vehicles in the city that are already retrofitted. It's a good start. And I like to see all heavy-duty vehicles retrofitted as soon as possible. Thank you to the staff for this report and doing the installation. It's important recommendations before us on both Division 0 initiatives and putting side guards onto trucks to prevent further tragedies on our roads.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
I gave my comments earlier. Again, just thank you to staff.
Pardon?
I already made my comments earlier, and just thank you again to city staff.
Oh, you don't want to speak? Oh, okay. Councillor Turnus-Lynn? No, I turned on your mic. You just shut it off. No, wait for me to turn it on, please. Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Speaker. Through the Speaker, I do have some motions, one regarding each of these items, and I'm asking staff to reiterate City Council.
Okay, hold on. Do we have your? Do we have her motion? You have to read your motion.
Yeah. So
No?
on 18.5.
Yeah, I know, but we don't have your motion. Just a sec.
Okay. Would you like me to read it?
Just one sec, please.
Through the speaker, if you wish to move on the speaker's list and come back to me, I'm fine with that.
Just one sec, please.
Okay, so we're going to put the motion on the screen. Go ahead.
Thank you. This motion is to request the city manager to reiterate City Council's request to the Minister of Transport to implement stronger safety motor vehicle and motor carrier safety regulations and standards regarding design and use of commercial vehicles, including requiring commercial vehicles to be equipped with side guards. This is really, this is a crucial aspect. The federal government sets national vehicle safety standards, and I know that Council made a request to the federal government last year to implement stronger standards, including new vehicle safety technology. I'd like to thank Councillor Cole for advancing that motion. My motion builds on that request by specifically asking that the federal government require side guards. Our city is undergoing an unprecedented level of construction with active sites across the city. Each of those sites, which operate in areas of heavy pedestrian and cyclist traffic, are regularly serviced by heavy construction vehicles. These vehicles often have poor driver vantage points and limited sight lines, creating a dangerous environment for our local communities, including often in areas where there's schools with small children. Some of my colleagues may recall that a woman was tragically struck and killed by a truck at the intersection of Yonge and Erskine in 2019. She was pulled under that vehicle and dragged. As a city council, we need to pull all the levers at our disposal to ensure that this tragedy is not repeated. From other jurisdictions, we know that side guards are effective. Research from various sources, including the UK, Australia, the Netherlands, indicate that side guards could reduce cyclist fatalities by approximately 62% and serious injuries for cyclists by 6%. I am pleased that the city is taking steps to equip its own fleet and with side guards, but the reality is that most trucks operating in Toronto are privately owned. We need the federal government to mandate that all trucks be designed to meet the highest safety standards. Thank you to the staff for this excellent report and to Mayor Chow for her continued leadership on this file. I have a second motion regarding the speed zones on local roads, and I'm asking that city staff also accelerate the implementation of 30-kilometer reduced speed zones on local roads. This is very important work as part of our effort to improve safety for Toronto's most vulnerable road users. The data is conclusive. Slowing traffic down saves lives. Pedestrians struck by vehicles traveling at 50 kilometers an hour have a fatality rate of 85%. At 40 kilometers, that fatality drops to 30%, and at 30 kilometers per hour, which is what we're aiming for in neighborhoods, that fatality rate is 10%. It's too important to ignore. The staff report indicates that local speed limits still have not been reduced in 8 wards, including my own. That's almost 1/3 of the city. It is imperative that we speed up this work to make our roads safer. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor, you have moved one motion on item on 1 and another one on 5, correct? Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to confirm the clerks have my motions and they're okay to go. If not, I will stand down.
Councillor Holiday's motions?
And Speaker, I'm really sorry. It's just that, you know, this item was brought up and
No, I
reordered,
understand. Let me just see if we have your motion. Okay, we'll go to the next speaker. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. So much of what I want to say has been said in relation to gratitude to staff who have brought this important work forward on Vision Zero, and I want to highlight that the action on the side guards is something that is a really important life-saving measure that we're in the position to adopt. I also want to thank the Mayor for focusing on Jenna Morrison. Jenna Morrison and her family were Davenport residents when the tragedy happened. In the community, everyone knows that she had a bike seat for her 5-year-old and that a tiny Spider-Man helmet was left on the floor after she was swept under that truck and killed. An entire family was destroyed, but I think that it's also important to note that a community was devastated. Her friends, her family, the place where she lived, everyone shared that grief, and to the point that there is a footpath in Dufferin Grove Park that is dedicated in her honor. This too is an honor, and it's actually a materially significant honor. Thank you for all those who have advanced this, and I hope that everyone will support it with a good heart. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is my motion ready, the quick amendment?
Do we have, we don't have your motion. Well, there's nobody else on the list, so do we have Councillor Hall? It's important that we hand in the motions way in advance. Councillor, do we have Councillor Holliday's motion? Not yet? Well, guess we're gonna, I don't think we should hold the item down. No, I understand. I understand, but Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak. I think my colleagues have said a lot on this issue, but to give some time to others, so hopefully we can deal with this now. I want to say a big note of gratitude to the incredible civil servants who work on this file. It's been quite a pleasure and an honor for me as a local councillor and a new councillor to understand the level of devotion and dedication that is applied to this important work. We heard from my colleague, Councillor Bravo, about the devastating impacts when we don't have road safety measures in place. And so I, for one, will continue to be a strong advocate for safe streets and for complete streets. I think it's critically important that those who choose to move actively through our neighborhoods have a safe way to do so, including on bike lanes and separated safe cycling infrastructure. So, I know this is a hot button issue for many, and as we know, as a City of Toronto, the safety of our streets is under our purview. There are a lot of opportunities outside of just safe cycling infrastructure for us to make our streets safer. We hear about them in this report. It's things like speed humps, traffic calming, safe pedestrian crossings. My colleague and our incredible chair and wonderful leader at IEC pointed out how much work the city has been able to deliver on Vision Zero and deliver on these really critically important safety measures in the streets of Toronto. And I know that we are equipping our communities to be better positioned to navigate in a good way without having to take their lives in their hands by getting from A to B. So I just again want to really emphasize the importance of the leadership of my fellow council members on implementation of these important measures and the tools in our tool belt to keep Torontonians safe, to keep pedestrians safe, to keep cyclists and road users safe, and I take that responsibility very seriously. So thank you to my colleagues who make this work easy, or make it look easy anyways, by continuing to be dedicated and apply evidence, data, and best practices in our very busy and growing streets. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my comments.
Okay. Councillor Holiday, we have your motion.
Thank you, Speaker. There should be 3 in total, sent in 2 emails. I do have a couple of motions. My first motion is to request the general manager to accelerate a specific area speed limit reduction. I know, Madam Speaker, you're getting some advice from the clerk, and I know that Councillor Chernos-Lynn has moved some helpful motions on that, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And the other motion I have is requesting access to the city's database for members of council so that we can take a closer look at collision reporting. And the second part of that is to ask the general manager to provide members of council either a briefing note or a briefing, and I think they agreed to that in the questions, when they do an assessment following a fatality. Members, you know, this is among some of the most serious and sobering work that we do as members of council when we deal with local issues. Earlier this year, I should back up, a couple of years ago, we approved a crossing light in Ward 2, in an area that didn't have very many traffic lights. Earlier this year, a motorist struck a family at that light, sending children to hospital, sending a parent to hospital. I've learned recently that that is now a fatality. There was a delay in timing around that. And I think it helps us to be able to do our jobs, to be able to take a really close examination of circumstances that occur so that we can do our best to creatively think for solutions. And sometimes it involves looking deeply at some of the bits of information that's available through the information system and through staff. So, you know, I hope you'll support those motions. I think they will help. They're very helpful. I understand the information isn't available immediately following an incident, but in time that database continues to build. The other motion just talks about the area speed limit reductions. Ward 2 has been placed at the bottom of the list. And I understand there's a methodology to that. But a little bit earlier, there was an approval for Ward 3. And, you know, the boundary is very arbitrary. The Eatonville community and the streets span the border of the ward line. So we approved earlier accelerating that program. And I just want to make the point, you know, there's streets in that area that are long, straight streets that connect two major arteries. And there's a prevalence or there's indications of speeding, there's indications of traffic, and I think accelerating that program in that particular area because of the circumstances is helpful. So I understand, Speaker, if there are technical procedural matters that may rule that out of order, but I still want to place the motion anyways. It's the spirit of the motion. I know the staff are working on that, and perhaps they will see that as symbolic in my request on behalf of the community to accelerate that work. Otherwise, thank you to you, Speaker, for the opportunity to raise this issue. I look forward to continuing to work with Toronto Public Service, who I know are very dedicated to making our roads safer. And I think the information that could be available to us and to them helps for better decision making and gets to the heart of it, which is road safety. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have questions for you on your motion, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, before I ask my question...
Okay, just one sec.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we go to questions to Councillor Holyday, Councillor Holyday, on your first motion, I'm ruling that motion out of order because that your motion about the speed limit reduction in Eatonville neighborhood is out of order under the council procedure. Council has delegated decision-making authority for speed limits on local roads to the community council, and the matter is not within the jurisdiction of city council. And I invite you to move your motion at community council. So that first motion I'm ruling out of order.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Now, Councillor Perks, did you have a question?
My question was on that matter, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to put forth a motion, but I've talked to staff, and they're going to basically incorporate my motion in their work going forward. My motion relates to the origins of this whole issue about side guards came from my motion that I moved a couple of years ago, where I've had 4 Toronto residents basically run over by dump trucks. And what I asked at that time is that the city staff inquire to the federal government about mandating sensors on dump trucks and big trucks. The reason why I asked for that is because in all those cases, the drivers could not see the pedestrian on the roadside because of the height of the dump truck. And this is the reason why we've had these unfortunate deaths by dump truck. And I don't have to tell you about how many dump trucks we've got on the roads of the City of Toronto, with all the construction of the condos, construction of Metrolinks. So we are overrun with dump trucks. Sometimes there's, in Councillor Chenos Lynn's ward, there was 75 dump trucks lined up on a street off Erskine there one day. 75 dump trucks lined up. So none of these dump trucks have sensors on them, whereas ordinary motor vehicles that are sedans or SUVs, they all have the sensors. So it's just mind-boggling that the federal government refuses to mandate sensors on these dump trucks that are all proliferating our roads on a 24-hour basis. So that's one thing staff is going to ask, that we basically mandate that any contractor that the city employs should have sensors on their big trucks, their dump trucks. They're going to look into that and mandating that they have these safety features. If they're going to be on our roads doing city work, they should be required to have the safety feature on their giant trucks. So that's the one thing. And if staff could put up that table I asked for on this report, I think this is one of the most important ways of measuring the impact of all the investments we've made in safety with Vision Zero over the years. So staff, can you put up that table I asked for? Okay, if you look here, this is killed or seriously injured from the year 2000 to 2024. You can see the downward trend of fatalities. That's quite dramatic, considering we've had an increase in population, increase in traffic, increase in horsepower of vehicles, the number of construction trucks on our roads that come from the 905, etc. So these investments that we've made through Vision Zero, all these speed cameras, red light cameras, the reduction of speed limits to 30, they have saved lives. And this table here, I think, is a very good way of explaining the impact of undertaking these safety investments that sometimes people challenge, because as you know, Torontonians are becoming over the top enamored with driving fast and driving cars. You know, the car is king again, but we have to remind those car drivers that we are doing these safety measures to save lives. And these investments through Vision Zero are having a positive effect. That's why we've got to keep investing. And that's why Councillor McKelvey mentioned all the additional investments we're making going forward with 75 more new speed enforcement cameras. And as ugly as those fines are that you get if you speed by a school, you should get fined if you go. We had one person on Avenue Road in Allenby School clocked at going 206 kilometers an hour by a school. 206 kilometers an hour by a school. I can imagine maybe going 40, 50, 60.
Councillor Cole,
Anyways,
your time is up.
We have to pay for safety, and it's worth the investment.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to vote on IE 18.1. We'll put the motion on the screen. Yeah, I think we have a motion on that one. Okay, on IE 18.1, the amendment is on the screen by Councillor Chernis Lynn. On favor? Carried. Councillor Holiday, you have a motion on IE 18.1. We'll put that on the screen. There it is, Councillor Holidays, your motion. On favor? Carried. Okay, item is amended, recorded vote. We're voting on IE 18.1 first and recorded vote on that one. That's the vision update on Vision Zero. There's two amendments that we just approved.
Councillor Myers, and thank you. The item is amended, carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, so on IE 18.5, we'll show the amendment that was moved. Amendment by Councillor Chernis Lynn. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
The item is amended, carries. The vote is 22
Okay,
in favor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pasternak, your administrative inquiry 24.1 regarding the action plan to keep Toronto safe from hate. We held it down for you. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information?
Madam Speaker, if you'll indulge, we haven't seen it, so we're going to go find it, we're going to read it, and then we'll take action.
You haven't seen the inquiry?
No.
You haven't seen the answer?
Well, we sent the item in a month ago, and I think it arrived a few minutes before council.
Okay, so we'll hold the item down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and Councillor... Oh. We'll go to the top of the agenda now. Executive Committee EX 19.1. Councillor Fletcher, are you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it number one? I was trying to release it. Councillor Holiday.
Okay. EX 19.1, strengthening the City of Toronto's housing development capacity to deliver housing faster. So, do we have any questions to staff? You're okay now? Yes?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I would just like to vote for recommendations 3 and 4 recorded separately.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on the item 3 and 4 to be voted separately, recorded vote. Okay, just hold on until we put it on the screen. So you want to, Councillor Holiday, 3 and 4 together, right? Yeah, recorded on 3 and 4.
Just stand by, members.
He wants to combine 3 and 4 together separately as a recorded vote. Yes.
You just moved on this so quickly. I would like to ask questions of staff.
Okay, but I asked if anybody had any questions.
But like, you moved real quickly. No, I'd ask you to not.
Okay, Councillor Bradford has questions on this. Okay, Councillor Bradford, put your name on the list, please. Can you put your name on the screen, please? And Councillor Bradford. Okay, Councillor Bradford to speak. Bradford, speak.
Yeah.
Your timer is on.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions,
Sorry,
Councillor
moving
Bradford.
very fast on this, and I just wanted to ask you a few questions. I guess this goes to the new Public Builder Office or Housing Development Office. I understand that the new office will focus exclusively on accelerating the delivery of housing on city-led and city-supported sites. In other words, these are the public builder, public developer sites. Until today, which division was handling the responsibility for the public builder sites?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. Currently, that work is being done through the Housing Secretariat in combination with support from CreateTO.
Okay. And in terms of function, what will we be doing differently that the Housing Secretariat is not already doing?
So this is, the objective of this move is to have more dedicated focus to the development portfolio and having dedicated leadership for those city-led, city-supported projects.
Okay. But up until right now, the Housing Secretariat was doing that.
Through the Speaker, that's correct, along with a number of other significant amount of work, and this is in order to create more dedicated focus for development projects.
Am I correct that this report contemplates just one new leadership role?
That's correct.
Okay. And the new office reports directly to you?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
So am I right to assume that we're hiring a new director position?
Through the Speaker would be an executive director.
An executive director, okay. Where are we setting the salary range for the executive director?
Yeah, through the Speaker, it would be through People and Equity and within our normal ranges.
Okay, but you're asking us today to create another new executive director role to, I guess, oversee the Housing Secretariat to help them do what they've already been doing. That's in front of council, but we don't know how much that's going to cost?
Through the Speaker, it's not to oversee the Housing Secretariat. It's in order to have more dedicated focus to city-led and city-supported development projects.
So is the Housing Secretariat not a part of it anymore?
there would be a portion of the staff from a housing secretariat that would actually move into this group in order to be dedicated to development projects.
So, okay, that's important. So then to be clear, housing secretariat's out. You're going to move people from the housing secretariat into this new bureaucratic role under a new executive director, but you're taking people from the housing secretariat. Housing secretariat is now done with respect to this and the public builder.
Through the Speaker, there would continue to be a strong relationship along with all of the other divisions that are part of how we're going to be delivering development. So as far as, I wouldn't characterize it as done. What I would characterize it as is dedicated focus. I'll say the more casual way that we refer to it is an individual who's gets up every day focused on development projects and making sure that they are the priority for them.
But the new executive director, you just said, will not be overseeing folks from the housing secretariat. It will actually be taking people from the housing secretariat, putting in this new bureaucratic division, and overseeing them because the staff have moved into this new division.
Through the Speaker, that is the intent. There would be no additional positions as part of this.
What about Create Toronto? What's the interface with Create Toronto that for the past number of years has been tasked with vending land, developing partnerships, taking sites through entitlements? Who does that now under this new model?
Through the Speaker, there will be a transition plan for projects that are in flight. And then as we go forward for new projects, then the determination would be made as to whether they be led within the city with the assistance of Create TO.
Who makes that determination?
And as well within Toronto Community Housing, that determination would be through a combination of staff advice through Planning and Housing Committee.
Staff advice, which staff though? We have so many different divisions on this. Who's actually calling the shots on where these projects are going to land and who's driving them?
So through the Speaker, there would be, once again, a collaborative approach from the Housing Secretariat to this Housing Development Office, as well as Development Review, that would combine to provide the advice as to where could this be most effectively led.
So this new executive...
that was your last question.
Final question. So just to follow up on that. So this new executive director, which you said is not overseeing the Housing Secretariat or Create TO, but will work collaboratively with the Housing Secretariat and Create TO to lead the new public builder unit. Is that... I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, through the Speaker,
Councillor Bradford, that was your last question.
We always work collaboratively. Yeah.
Questions now. We were in the middle of a vote, now we have all these people asking questions. I know it's important, but nobody was on the list. Councillor Cole, questions?
I'd like to ask, I'm not sure who in staff, maybe the city manager. The provincial government has in recent years unleashed a number of ministerial zoning orders, MZOs, whenever a private sector developer wanted a development fast-tracked. The minister was generous enough to issue this MZO. Under the strong mayor powers, could we not have that zoning power given to the mayor to deploy when we're building public housing on public land?
We'd have to look into it. So through the Speaker, we'd have to look into that. I can't give you a definitive answer on that. We'd have to look into the legislation and determine that.
Okay, so we don't really know. Okay, the other question I have of staff is, at committee, I raised a lot of concerns about the 17-year Stuck in the Mud project in Lawrence Heights, where we've got 100 acres of public land that is basically running into all kinds of delays and complications. So how will this get the much needed affordable housing and mixed private sector partnership housing built? Will this help finally get some housing built on 100 acres in the middle of Toronto?
Through the Speaker, and thank you for the question. This will absolutely help. Once again, it will prioritize the projects in a consistent fashion so that there is a clear roadmap approved by the city as to what projects we will be focusing on, complemented by the work that we're doing with the Development Review Division as far as improving the processes, buildings as well, and working very collaboratively with Toronto Community Housing to ensure that we're on the same page to streamline those processes.
Who will be responsible for expediting the RFP process? I mean, we've been waiting for an RFP process because, as you know, in Lawrence Heights and in Regent Park, we are in partnership with a private sector builder. And in Lawrence Heights, we can't seem to get an RFP off the ground after, I don't know how many years I've been asking for it. So how will this, or who will be in charge of ensuring an RFP process is put out for tender and action is taken upon the request for proposal?
Through the Speaker, the RFP will continue to be led by TCHC, but we will be working with them in order to help expedite.
But the problem is that TCHC is now charged with the RFPs and they can't deliver an RFP. So how am I going to have confidence that they're going to deliver the RFP when I've been waiting for 5 years for them to deliver an RFP?
Through the Speaker, what I can confirm is that we are working with Toronto Community Housing and we will ensure that the RFP gets released.
Given Toronto Community Housing has, I think Councillor Fletcher corrects me on this, I think there's over 100,000 people, if you include the seniors housing, who are in our tenants and residents in our community housing, 110,000 people, and many of them are high needs, fragile people. How can community housing take care of those 110,000 people in their charge at the same time be involved in development? How are they going to have any more resources to ensure that they can do both jobs?
Through the Speaker, once again, similar to the past of Toronto Community Housing, whether it be Regent Park or otherwise, this would be continued work that they would assist with, not only for their own portfolio, but if appropriate, should there be an appropriate city site for them to assist with as well. There will require some efforts to build up that development team again at Toronto Community Housing. It's gone through a number of, I'll say, uncertain years that has resulted in a need to build up that team as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions? So,
Want to get the report open? Thank you. Mr. Sharma, maybe you can help me a little bit. I wanted to try to distinguish the difference between the work done by Toronto Community Housing, who is its own standalone agency, and Create TO, who is its own standalone agency, and CREM. Could you help articulate that in this new structure going forward?
Thank you for the question, and through the Speaker, the work from Toronto Community Housing has traditionally been very much focused on their portfolio and revitalization projects. From a Create TO, certainly their expertise in not only the due diligence, but setting up private sector deals and advancing different development opportunities will continue to be there. And from a CREM perspective, it really is more of the project management and delivery of some of the different projects as assistance to the Housing Secretariat, and thank you to my peer for that assistance.
So I want to back up a little bit. Can you further articulate the situations when Toronto Community Housing would be doing work on a project versus CREM? Because I see project management come up twice here, and I want to make sure I understand the differences. CREM, of course, is the Toronto Public Service proper, and Toronto Community Housing is an external agency with its own board. So when and where would each of them be operating under this model?
Through the Speaker, once again, it would depend on the project itself. For example, when it comes to supportive housing or shelters, certainly CREM has been leading the way, working with the Housing Secretariat and SSH in order to deliver those types of projects. From a Toronto Community Housing perspective, there's a range of scale as far as the different developments that they would support. And at times they leverage Create.to in order for their expertise on the front end due diligence.
Back over to Toronto Community Housing. Do I understand this correctly? In addition to what they already do, which is evaluate their own portfolio and at times redevelop their own sites, which is under their own custody, this is also proposing that they become involved in sites which are then owned by the city proper.
Yes. Through the Speaker, there is the opportunity that may be the case. We have a limited amount of funding, and very often TCHC projects will require funding support through the city. So what's important is that we prioritize projects in a manner that is clear for all of our partners, all of Team Toronto, to ensure that that prioritized list is being focused on. And where it could become the opportunity is to be able to leverage resources at TCHC where we may not be able to, say, advance a particular project there, but they may be able to assist with another project within the pipeline.
So what type of a role does TCHC then assume? I'm assuming they're not swinging hammers and, digging holes, but it sounds like they're much closer to the project than currently as an operator of these buildings.
Through the Speaker, once again, so it just depends on the project. So it could be construction oversight, it could be leading the project right from the beginning. It could be, once again, partnering once we've worked with Create.to in order to get past a certain stage of due diligence.
How will they tool up their organization, hire people, get the right people in place, and also then understand the pipeline of work that they may be, I think, confirm if this is right, contracted with the city to do as a service provider? How does one then, if I'm in their position of their board, how do they ever make a decision on the amount of responsibility that they'll have?
Through the Speaker, it's going to be, once again, a collaborative approach, working with all of our partners, but then having a very prioritized list that would flow through planning and housing, so there would be a clear line of sight as to the projects that we would be focused on.
And so we'd have project managers at Create.to, Toronto Community Housing, and CREM, which by virtue of the definition of the project could all be functioning in very similar roles.
Through the Speaker, potentially, but once again, what they're delivering can look very different. So shelters and supportive housing may look very different than a traditional build at TCHC. So it just depends on the product that we're delivering. And of course, the workload for everything that we need to deliver is overwhelming, and therefore we're leveraging all of our experts when appropriate.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions? Councillor Fletcher?
I know there's been some questions about the nature of the position, but this is a highly technical development side position that doesn't really exist at the city level at the moment. We have basically, it's the development officer, but not in charge of everything, alongside of everybody. Did I put that correctly?
Through the Speaker, yes, there is expertise within the organization, however, not in this focused manner.
So one of the things that TCHC does is when they're building, they have people that make sure that on the ground things are going properly. I don't think we have that at the city, do we?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
We don't. I'm pretty sure at Create, that's all developer-led, so we just get something turned over to us. But that kind of inspection, what we had to do at the co-op, that's the type of person that I want to say an engineer almost, or a development engineer that doesn't take away the jobs of fantastic jobs that Ms. Bond's doing, Ms. Freya's doing, but it's just a companion position to understand that part of the industry a little bit better. But you're not planning to take over all the development from everybody. Right?
Through the Speaker, yes, the intent is to ensure that we have focused support for city-led and city-supported projects, and to ensure that we are collaborating as effectively as possible to deliver housing as quickly as possible.
Now, when we're looking at TCHC, I know that they could easily operate all kinds of the development that we're building, whether it's the Housing Now sites or even on the waterfront as an operator. Would I be right to say that? As long as the mix was not 100% RGI?
Through the Speaker, I believe that's correct, yes.
But right at the moment, I think some people think TCH is taking over all the development or as the city builder. Can you clarify that's not the case, please?
Through the Speaker, I can, yes, that's correct.
You can clarify that. So there's a whole, we don't want to, do we want to slow any projects down here?
Absolutely. Well, through the Speaker, absolutely not.
We just want to make them go faster, smoother, get shovels in the ground, correct?
Absolutely.
So there's projects in the queue at Create TO, there's projects in the queue, or as Councillor Cole will say, that need to get fixed at TCH, like Lawrence Heights, which we've heard about a lot. There's waterfront, quaysides ready to go there. And there's also the city-led projects that we have identified as public builder, including the one that was announced yesterday at Brock, which is the city now had the RFP to get the developer. They're building it on behalf of the city rather than another agency. So we have 4 streams that are all quite effective. And I guess this is a tune-up to make sure that they're all on, I hate to use a car analogy, but all cylinders are go.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. And Councillor, as we've discussed in the past, there could potentially be a 5th or a 6th stream as we identify different approaches to ensure that we are accelerating development projects.
What are those?
They're not identified, but there may be other types of opportunities as we continue to work through to say, here's how we can continue to work with, for example, other non-for-profit partners, such as the development on Danforth that may create opportunities for us.
The development on Danforth is already in the queue.
Absolutely.
And is it that type of development next door? We have a space, so we're going to advance that. So staff might advance that rather than me having to advance that. Is that what you're thinking?
That's through the Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yeah, thank you, through you to staff. I'm just trying to understand whether this is solely focused on future TCH buildings, or is it a mix of below market, deep afford? What's wrong? A deep affordable, is Open Doors involved? So I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but is this strictly expansion of TCH on these lands, or other sort of affordable housing options being explored?
Through the Speaker, it's not just the TCHC developments. This is all of the potential city sites, city-supported, city-led. So our public builder model and other. And should there be opportunities for example, a non-for-profit with a land holding or something of that sort, that could be considered as part of this as well.
So I'm going to focus on Allen East, which is city lands, but it already has a district plan. It's under the down through secondary plan. We've done years and years of work and research. It's been adopted. The final district plan was adopted by council. Are we going back and reopening pieces like that are all ready to go out to market and repositioning them to this report?
Through the Speaker, no, there's no intent to go back, and I'll say there will be a transition plan for projects that are already underway, and for any new projects, it will flow through that collaborative effort in order to prioritize as we move forward.
So this is current vacant lands going forward, new envisioned projects. We're not reopening work we've done on existing sites.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. So we transition those projects as part of this effort to ensure that we weren't slowing them down.
Now, when one takes a glance at this this report, and it was touched on earlier, you look at it strikes me as duplication, growth of government, the bureaucracy, the type of bureaucracy that slows things down. It doesn't speed things up. How do you make your case that this will actually speed things up?
Through the Speaker, the effort is to have dedicated focus to these development projects. The work from a housing secretariat perspective is significant, and this is intended to be that team, that individual that wakes up every day and reviews development projects to ensure not only are they moving, but if there's a barrier, assisting to remove them and keep them moving forward.
So, in my experience, it is not sort of staffing or secretariats or the shuffling around of the civil service that makes things happen. It's the sites do not have adequate infrastructure to build residential. And that is really what I've seen is the major barrier to getting things done quicker.
So through the Speaker, so that is a great example of how we are looking to improve processes. So as identified through our development review team, we need to put more provisions in place to understand from an infrastructure perspective certain sites and all. This is the type of effort that between this collaborative effort that we would improve processes to ensure that we are going to have less of those challenges moving forward from a development perspective.
So you target a site and you start getting the infrastructure in fast-tracked long before we really talk about putting stuff out to market.
Through the Speaker, that's correct. Whether it be needing to get infrastructure installed, so working with my peers, so with infrastructure services around getting infrastructure in place, or validating what is there and ensuring that it has the capacity to meet the development that's being proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're finished with the questions. Pardon? Oh, you have a question? Okay. Okay, Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. To the Deputy City Manager, this has evidently confused a few people. Let me ask some clarifying questions. So, in order to get an affordable housing project built in the City of Toronto, somebody has to get funding for it.
Through the Speaker, absolutely.
Somebody has to review the application and approve it.
Through the Speaker, yes.
Somebody has to make the application and hire a construction company and get it built.
Through the Speaker, yes.
Somebody has to figure out who's going to operate, someone's got to operate it once it's built.
Through the Speaker, yes.
Okay. At present, before we pass this report, those people were all off doing their own jobs and no one person was coordinating all of that work.
Through the Speaker, yes.
What we are achieving here is creating a position for someone who coordinates all that work, looks at all the different projects, and makes sure that we're moving them all forward within the funding that's available, within the capacity of operators to operate, and make sure that planning approvals go forward.
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
So this actually is a new and exciting way for us to actually make sure housing gets built.
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we'll go to speakers. Councillor Fletcher, did you want to speak?
sorry I was a second late. I was just working with Councillor Cole on some of his motions to looking at creative ways to expedite housing and also to work on a project charter for Lawrence Heights that would lay out very clearly how we're going to get to the finish line. So this, as I spoke with, asked our deputy city manager, this isn't a position that, or somewhere we're looking at a god to come in here. We're not turning everything over to that or a goddess. We're simply having a different set of skills that would join the exemplary set of skills that we already have. I think we have an incredible number of people in this organization and across the organizations charged with building housing. We have a mayor that is hell-bent for leather on getting housing built and getting affordable housing built and getting rental housing built. So we have shifted in the last 18 months or 16 months in order to get everything aligned and move it. If we're missing one thing at the city, it might be that set. But I was happy to hear Mr. Sharma say that we're not taking everything over, that those who have projects underway, please get on with it, complete them. We cannot have a situation where we're now doing something so different that people that are working on things, whether it's at Quayside, whether it's at Create, whether it's at TCHC, are now shifting around to meet another city requirement. I would say that one of the most important things that we've done over the last while with the Housing Secretariat and your other staff are just to put at the top of the list all of the projects that the city can drive. We didn't have that before. We had that a number of years ago. We had Let's Build years and years ago. And that didn't have a whole division. It didn't have a DCM. It didn't have the alignment to make those things happen in what I'll call a smooth way, in a way that everybody's focused on that delivery. It was kind of off the side of the desk. I'll just remind everybody that we started with that. Then we had an affordable housing office that actually wasn't a standing committee. It was just an affordable housing office chaired by former Deputy Mayor Anna Bailau. And then from there, we went to Planning and Housing Committee. And from there, we've changed. Now we have a DCM for Planning and Growth. We are moving from small little one-off projects to major, major, major projects. We didn't have Create TO at that time. TCH had started some of its redevelopment. The waterfront was doing redevelopment, but the amount of affordable housing wasn't what it is today when we're looking at Quayside or we're looking at the Portlands or we're looking at Oakland and Minisink. So I just think there's this big alignment. Everybody's in place. The city might be missing one position, but everyone moving this file as best forward without everybody thinking we're changing everything. There's no need to change everything. There's a need to. Don't have to buy a new car. You just need to go under the hood and fix a few things. That's what I think we're doing here. If indeed we're building a whole brand new car or buying a new car, I don't think that's what we need. People need to know we're aligning, we're moving. Here's what you're doing. Here's what I'm doing. Here's what we're doing together to create a whole new momentum around affordable housing. That's expected of this council, that the mayor has said that's what she is doing. I fully support that direction. I think we all do. We all have projects that we want to see completed quickly. So that is my expectation with this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope I gave you enough time, Councillor.
So at 12:30 we have to do our photos, so I hope we have one more speaker. We can get this done before lunch. Oh, no, I guess not. There's other... Okay, we'll have to hold this item down for later. Deputy Mayor Malik. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief, appreciating the time. And first of all, I just want to thank my colleagues for the questions and the clarification on what we have in front of us. And I'm very excited to see what we have in front of us, to see our public builder model coming to life. And we know the need for housing that our city faces right now. It is all hands on deck to get housing built, and that includes us, the City of Toronto. And the establishment of this new office shows our commitment and our deep intent to make sure that we are using every lever that we have to fulfill this shared priority, and that we won't just leave this work to the private sector alone. We are rolling up our sleeves and getting to work and taking action. And we also know that for too long, and as we heard from my colleague, Councillor Fletcher, and from others, that governments, especially local governments, have removed themselves from the work of building housing. And we know that we might be in a different situation if some of those choices had been different. And right now, we have this opportunity in front of us that I'm so proud of to get us back on track and to be back alongside all of the other efforts that we have to get ahead and in front of this crisis. And I'm proud to be part of this team at City Hall to get us out of this crisis with the seriousness that it requires, learning lessons from past experiences, and building a legacy of action for now and for many years to come. I'm looking forward to us continuing to move forward to keep this going. Thank you very much to Mayor Chow and to my colleagues here.
Okay, so we'll have to hold this item down for another time after we go through the mayor's key item after lunch, because we have to recess at 12:30 because we have our photos. So everybody at 12:30. And so I think everybody got the memo on what we should be, what we should have on today. There was a memo. So there was a memo. Okay, members, hold on. I need something very important to be done. Okay, Councillor Prusa. Members, before we break for lunch, we should pass bills to confirm the appointment of the acting MOH that we adopted earlier this morning. May I have a motion to introduce a general bill for the appointment? Moved by Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs, if you can move the motion. Be on the screen. Okay, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
That leave be granted to introduce Bill 1366.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? On favor, show of hands. Shall this bill be declared as a bylaw and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill? Councillor Morris, do you want to do that? Because it's the medical officer of health.
Happy to. That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City of Toronto meeting 24 on December 17, 2024.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote. No recorded. Councillor Thompson asked for recorded vote. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All in favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote. Members, the voting panel is open. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please? Councillor Bravo, how do you vote, please? The passing of the bill carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, members, we recess at 2 o'clock, but if I can ask members of council to go upstairs to take our photo, please, everyone, council upstairs for the photo. Members of council, if I can please have you come to the council chambers. Please take your seat. This meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able. And please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Alicia Brooks. Thank you. Members, we have a presentation this afternoon to recognize the Toronto Argonauts for winning the 2024 111th Grey Cup Championship. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to speak.
Are you ready? Argos! Oh, come on, come on. Argos! I'd like to recognize the success of the Toronto Argonauts, who have won the 111th Grey Cup. Look, yeah, they're used to winning, right? This is the 19th Grey Cup the franchise have won. The most effort by any team. And that was quite a game. Some of you might have seen it. Decisive 41-24. Yeah, and that was it started off, Toronto were a bit of the underdog. And in true Argos spirit, they pulled together, delivered an amazing win. And at the last minute, quarterback Nick Arbuckle stepped in and led the team to victory. What a wonderful moment it was for the city of Toronto. And I just want to thank the team. And today we are joined by Michael Pinball Clemens, General Manager of the Toronto Argonauts. Come, Pinballs, come and say a few words and tell us the magic. How are you able, like the General Manager, so many times, right? Tell us the magic. Teach us how to win. Here you are, Pinball Clemens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Worship. I want to just quickly say that it's a real pleasure being here today and being in front of those who serve this great city. The job that you've done, how people relish over this city and enjoy coming back. I want to thank each one of you. So a big virtual high five. Okay, everybody. Oh, everybody. Virtual high fives all the way around. All right. There's a venerable coach named Vince Lombardi of days past, and he says, when a football player goes to ply his trade, he's got to play from the soles of his feet right up to his head. Now, he says some players play with their head, and that's a good thing because you have to be smart to be successful in any business. He says, boy, more importantly, you have to use your heart with every fiber of your body. He says, now, if you're ever lucky enough to find a player with a great head and a great heart, he'll never come off the field in second place. I believe that Toronto is number one because this is what we have here. We have a group of people who consistently make good decisions, have a great head, and also have a great heart and meaning behind it. And so as our city continues to grow, I want to take this opportunity for myself on behalf of the Toronto Argonauts to applaud the city that we play in, that is so livable, desirable, workable. And so thank you very much for that. Give yourselves a hand if you don't mind. There's no coincidence that my name is Mike. I can take a lot of time on this thing. Yes, having said that, though, we're going to be really quick, really tight here. And I do want to say, though, that I don't ever want us to get lazy, right? To take this city for granted, to take what we have here for granted. It doesn't matter who comes to visit, everybody says, wow, this is a great city. Many of them want to stay. And so, consistent with that, I want to challenge us. And you talked about the wins and how do you keep winning? Well, I think one of the greatest ways to continue to win is actually to understand the merit of losing. You see, a year ago, we finished 16-2 in the regular season. This year, we were 10-8. In the season that we didn't win the Grey Cup, we tied the number of wins in Canadian Football League history in an 18-game schedule. We were 16-2. And someone asked me why. I said, because we didn't lose enough in order to be able to win. Did you get that? We're not going to win them all, right? Know this, right? I need you to have a forgive yourself towel, right? That you can wipe your face with sometimes and then continue to work. I want you to understand that what you do has such great value, but you're not going to win every time. And sometimes winning is the fast track, or losing is the fast track to winning. Know that. And we learn oftentimes from our losses. We learn more than we do from our wins. And so consistent with that, I just want to applaud you today. If I can close with Dr. Martin Luther King. I was born the same day as Dr. King, and so a big fan. And he says, in Dr. King fashion, he says, the concepts of love and power have been contrasted as polar opposites in our society. In order to exercise love, we must resign ourselves of power and vice versa. He said, but love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power without love is reckless and abusive. Indeed, power at its best is love. The two are synonymous. I'll close there and give Dr. King the last word, because it is in that space, right? It is in that space where we can make the best decisions for this city going forward. Thank you so much.
The speaker said, fine, come on down. Pinball, we need you. Come and take a photo with us. Someone wants to hold it. It's quite heavy. Councillors, come on over.
Bring it up to the front. Get the table.
Okay, don't drop it.
Okay, members of council, we have a special announcement to make right now. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking of wins, I remember years ago when our daughter Molly was born, I turned to my wife Melissa and I said, no matter what happens in life, career or otherwise, we won. We won. And I'm so delighted to acknowledge the birth of an undetermined name, but a beautiful new son. Parthy, congratulations. Congratulations, Parthy, and in particular his wonderful wife Anu and their daughter Adia. Congratulations on our collective behalf for starting the next chapter in a beautiful journey that you are on. We love you and we are so happy for you.
So members, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. If we do have 18 members, we can introduce the motions. Do we have 18 members? Okay. We'll put the motion on the screen.
Madam Speaker, would you mind shutting off my microphone?
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah. My system is not working here, but I can tell you what it is. It's a motion to ask the Canadian government to affect the tariff of products, vehicles coming in from the United States until such time that the U.S. is able to take control of their border in order to prevent the guns from coming into Canada.
On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion coming asking the city solicitor to attend at the Toronto Local Appeal Body to support tenants at 30 Charles Street East.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Speaker, I'd like to introduce this motion for reopening and amending item 2024 TE 13.7, 1117 Danforth Avenue. It's rental housing and affordable, 100 units of rental housing, affordable. So I'd like to move this onto the agenda today, please.
On favor? Carried. That's it. Members, I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Do we have any releases? And I could do a release as well. Okay. So you have a release too?
I do. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Speaker Nunziata, you have a quick release?
Yes. On EY 18.382 Buttonwood Avenue, temporary use zoning bylaw decision report approval. So I would like to move, the staff have my motion, that City Council City Council requested TTC to investigate the possibility of rerouting the 32D TTC bus into West Park Healthcare Center campus at 170 Emmett Avenue, and City Council requests Metrolinx to review the possibility of creating a pedestrian connection from Eglinton Avenue West to the West Park Healthcare campus at 170 Emmett Avenue to access future LRT stations. The reason I'm moving this is that West Park Hospital, for most people that know the hospital, we built a new hospital at on Buttonwood, and the old hospital originally was supposed to be demolished, but the province has asked that we don't demolish the old hospital, that we keep the old hospital as well as the new hospital. So we have rerouted the access point to West Park. Now, a few years ago, I asked TTC if they could if they can reroute the bus into the healthcare center and allow families and caregivers to use TTC. Unfortunately, at that time, it didn't meet the warrants that TTC wanted. So now with the two hospitals, the new hospital and the old hospital, and then we have the long-term care, I would like to ask TTC to reinvestigate that and provide TTC access and route into West Park Hospital, because there's no other way to get in there, other than you have to drive to it. So there is no transit taking you directly to the hospital. So that's the reason for my motion. I did have a public meeting on that, and residents asked if we can ask TTC to reinvestigate that request.
Thank you, Speaker. All those in favor of the two motions, please show. Thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. And now the item as amended. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher has a quick release as well. Councillor Fletcher.
It is EX. I have a couple of quick releases. It's EX 19.20, and it'll be on the screen. Thank you. It's one. Is it two separate ones? Okay, one is to augment the initial recommendation.
Okay, so on EX 19.20, Councillor Fletcher's putting the amendment through. All in favor? Carried.
And then to delete one of the recommendations. Item 4 to be deleted.
Okay, on 1920, Councillor Fletcher's amendment. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Councillor Cheng, do you have a quick release?
Yes, civic appointments, CA 21.1. We had to seize the matter, but it has been circulated and we can now release it.
Which item is it again?
Sorry, the appointment of a public member to the Lakeshore Arena Corporation Board.
Okay, so you're releasing that report?
Yeah.
Okay, on favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further quick releases? Okay. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I did put my name on. I'm releasing AU 7.5, the parks audit.
IU?
AU, audit.
Oh, audit. Okay, just a sec, let me find it. Okay, yes, AU 7.5. You're releasing?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. On favor? Carried.
And on pH 17.5, excess indoor temperature, I have a motion, which I hope is... Okay, well, it's not quick, so I'll keep holding it.
So we're not releasing that one?
Oh.
No? Okay. All right. Oh. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. CC 24.16, advancing phase 1 of the purpose-built rental housing incentive stream, and the executive director of housing secretariat has submitted a revised supplementary report with recommendations. Council will now consider the mayor's first key matter, CC 24.16. So if members of council have questions, if they can put their name on the screen, please. Oh, Councillor Fletcher, you want to release something else?
I do, because I know everybody wants to see the agenda shrinking. And that would be EX 19.22. It's 29 Basin Street, the ground lease amendments and strengthening the Toronto Portlands Company. I'll release that. Had my question answered about that.
Okay, EX 19.22, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
And then there's EC 17.1. It's the Ombudsman Toronto Housing Unit Status Report. It's not the Ombuds Report on Shelters. It went through our committee. You have questions? Okay, let's do that. So if a quick release, that's great. Thank you.
So what's happening on 17.1 unit?
Councillor Holiday and myself are working together on something.
Okay, so we won't release it. Okay, thank you. All right, so we will now go to the mayor's key item. CC 24.16. Okay, does anybody have any questions? Oh, sorry, a presentation? Okay, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Abby Bond. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, and I'm pleased to be joined today by Mercedes Madani, who is our new Director of Housing Policy and Strategy. So we're here today to talk to you about the new purpose-built rentive incentive program that you will see before you at Council today. So we're back here today after a short period of time, and speed is of the essence because Toronto is facing two housing crises, as we know, both the lack of deeply affordable homes for those people out on the streets or in shelters, and importantly, a lack of rental homes for people who are newly coming to our city and who are average income earners, who are still struggling to find and keep rental housing in the city. So the challenges that face our rental market: new housing developments have been stalling due to economic factors like high interest rates, inflation, high construction costs. We're seeing housing starts down by 35% to date of this year compared to last year, and yet the demand for rental housing continues to arise. We see the number of renter households in the GTA expected to grow by 41%, and yet our vacancy rate here in the City of Toronto is 1.4%. So what are purpose-built rental homes? Why do we think that this is important for Council to consider? Basically, they are different from condominium rentals because they provide long-term tenure and stability for tenants. They're different from the secondary market because basically owners and investors can't decide either to move back into them or sell them and have an impact that would result in the tenant having to move out. They will have full rights under the Residential Tenancy Act and be subject to any protection based on new policies that the city bring in, like demolition and replacement, and they really do create long-term stability. Having said that, 85% of the new rental homes we created in the last 10 years have shown up in our secondary market, not in our primary and preferred market. So in November of this year, we brought forward to you a purpose-built rental incentive stream designed to support purpose-built rental projects that include at least 20% affordable homes. We're doing this through two key elements. One is the indefinite deferral of development charges for these homes, and also a new multi-residential tax class to provide a 15% property reduction for 35 years. The goal with this approach was to unlock 20,000 new rental homes, including 16,000 purpose-built rental and 4,000 affordable rental homes. And we had signalled the importance of all three levels of government supporting this new programme. We did a quick start call for applications immediately following the last council meeting to identify 7,000 of these homes, including 1,400 affordable rental homes, which the city would fund with our own limited resources. This call for applications was initiated on November the 18th and closed on November the 29th. We did receive a much larger response than we anticipated when we brought this forward to council. We received 75 applications in 21 wards across the city, and in total, that makes up over 32,000 rental homes, including 7.5 affordable rental homes. So we prioritized what we saw in those applications, and we looked at eligible applications prioritized based on the financing status of the development project, their development review status and their readiness to construction, and the experience of the organization in securing financing, like whether they have CMHC frequent builder status, particularly if financing had not yet been secured. So this is a summary of what is in the report for you today. We're recommending, or staff have approved, 17 applications in 12 wards. This is a net new of 7,175 new rental homes, including a net new 1,047 affordable homes. I would highlight that 7 of the projects that are included were previously approved to deliver 977 affordables, but they were stalled due to market conditions, so we're now able to move them forward. In all cases, they're either adding more units, a deeper level of affordability, or a longer length of affordability. And so in total, what you see before you in this report is almost 25% of the homes will be affordable rental. Through this report, we're recommending deferrals for an additional 528, for an estimated additional 19.9 million, and also all of the property tax exemptions on the affordable side that we need from council. So phase 2, there remain in what we receive 58 applications for another 24,500 rental homes, including just over 5,000 affordable. These were submitted but not approved because they exceeded our capacity to support these units through phase 1. All of these homes could still be eligible, they would still be included in the new multi-residential tax class, and so they could still get the 15% reduction on property taxes. But really, we want to just reiterate how important it is for us to receive additional support from both the federal and provincial government. If we received a More Homes rebate to the tune of $1 billion from the provincial government, we could move many of those applications forward at this time. The same from the federal government, we're requesting additional amounts of low-cost financing and grant funding to support. We now know the appetite that exists on private land with private development to build this type of housing, and so we're using this as an additional advocacy ask. So our next steps in just wrapping up here are to continue to work with those 17 applications, getting all the legal agreements finalized so that they can move forward. We will also be providing feedback to any proponents who were not approved in this phase 1 and continue to work with those applications and partners who are on city land. And with that, we will close the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions to city staff? Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. On line 8 of the table on page 10, page 7 of 10, on the supplemental report, there's a site, 250 Wincott Drive. That's in Etobicoke Centre. And the numbers here I'm seeing for the first time today says 74 affordable rental houses, 296 purpose-built rentals, for a total of 370. Where did those numbers come from?
Through the Speaker, those numbers were given to us through the application process. So the proponent for that site included those in the call for applications that we opened.
So that site has a long history in the community. It's very contentious. It has an existing approval on it. Last I checked, there were submissions for a different proposal on that site. How does all of that line up? And does anything with respect to the approval today that you're seeking from council endorse, suggest, make anyone think that the built form application at that address is acceptable to council?
Through the Speaker, none of what you're seeing today or approving or that staff have approved relate to the built form or any of the development review aspects. We have conferred with our colleagues in development review, but they are fully responsible for any discussions with councillors, with the community about the built form for all these projects. We are just recommending, or we're approving, an amount of money for a development charge waiver. Yeah, so what is included in this report is a status report of that project as it relates to development charge waivers solely, and there would still be a full review by our development review colleagues as it relates to the application.
It's okay. Councillor Bravo's in the same shock that I am and the candy all fell. But I need to understand the process going forward about the true up of what's in this report versus the reality of what may or may not occur in the community. And I find it alarming to see this address at the very first time in this report and then numbers assigned to it.
Through the Speaker, this application, as it's going through our development review application review, will go through no different review process that any project would go through. So there is no latitude that is given to projects. They will be reviewed in the normal way. All we're doing is saying that this project, it has made substantial progress in relation to that development review, and it also has made progress in terms of construction financing.
What if the numbers change? What if the number of affordable rental units go up or down, or the purpose-built rentals go up or down? How does that square up?
So we're capped at the 7,000 number. So if the purpose-built rental numbers go up, then we're not able to provide the waivers for those additional projects. There is always, on the affordable rental side, we report regularly to council on changes regarding affordable housing. So if those numbers go up, it may be that we can accommodate that through a future report. If the numbers go down, then we would just make sure that those waivers are held back for any units. So there would never be a waiver provided for a unit that doesn't exist or isn't approved.
So for the benefit of the public watching, and for the councillors, I guess, what we have before us is a report that is effectively approving the money, which will go into incentives that will go to the developers of purpose-built rental, whether they are market or affordable, as laid out in the table here. And they consist of a variety of things, and most specifically, I thought, was waiver of development charges. Or deferral, I think is the word you use. Have I got that right?
Through the Speaker, it is an indefinite deferral of development charges related to these units that you see before you in the chart. That was a decision that council deferred to staff up to the 7,000 number. We are a couple hundred over, so we've included those in this report today. But yes, these are the numbers related to each of the projects.
Define indefinite? Do the DCs ever get paid? Is there some point in time?
Okay, that was your last question.
Through the Speaker, the goal here is to defer the DCs for the length of term that they are rental. We're targeting a minimum of 40 years, ideally 99, so the goal is not to have the DCs repaid at a later date, but rather to keep these units rental in perpetuity.
Are there any further questions on the item? Any further questions on the item? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Through you. How many days did you have to review all of the applications?
Roughly, through the Speaker, about 2 weeks.
14 days?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. That seems like quite a compressed timeline. Would you agree?
Through the Speaker, yes, it was a very compressed
Okay.
timeline for the
Is
number
that-
of applications.
Is that why it came to council today with only a few hours for us to review it?
Through the Speaker, yes, that's correct. We received the last pieces of information on Friday, last Friday, and so the team were working over the weekend to get the information ready.
Do you think it's important for council to have adequate time to review and consider grants totaling nearly $500 million?
Through the Speaker, in their last report, much of the decision around this was delegated to staff. What we're including here today is largely a report back, and then there were an additional number. that
Let me
we
ask you
wanted to
about
include.
delegating to staff. Staff are recommending that 17 applications be approved today. Of the 17, how many of those already secured the apartment construction loan program financing from CMHC?
Through the Speaker, we have been through a review process with CMHC. Much of that information between the applicant and CMHC is confidential until such time as they get it approved.
Do you know, though?
So much of them, I think it's all bar about 7.
7 of
So
them?
7 of them have applied for ACLP, and then there's a number that have also applied
Have
for
applied.
MLI Select. which
Okay,
is
I want to
also-
understand. This is important because we're making decisions and it's your matrix delegated to staff on how these things are being awarded. It is staff that are driving the allocation of nearly $500 million in grants and subsidies, so I want to be clear. How many people have actually secured it? And if you want to go in camera, we can do that. I'm not asking for specifics, but how many of those 17 that staff are awarding today under this program, delegated authority, how many have the ACLP?
So not all of the applications were made to CMHC. Some of them are private financing discussions as well.
But I'm just asking how many have the CMHC?
15 have either approval or conditional approval.
How many of these 17 builders have frequent builder status with CMHC?
Just bear with me.
You hold my
It's
time, Madam
about-
Speaker.
About 4. 4 have frequent builder status.
Only 4. Where in the criteria did you weight whether or not they have the frequent builder status with CMHC? Was that one of the criteria that you evaluated the proposed projects on?
So we looked at 3 different aspects: whether they had construction financing, whether they had frequent builder status, and what their development review or construction readiness status was. And we prioritized based on if they had all 3 of those, then they went to the top of the line. If they had 2 of them, they were next. And I don't
How many
think-
had all 3 of the
there
17?
was, I think there was about 3 of them had all 3. The remaining here have 2. Most of them have 2, and then I think there was about 2
As
of
part
them
of your
that
due
have 1.
diligence, how extensively did you review the performas for these projects to confirm that the numbers work for them to break ground? Did you look at the performas?
So in the report that we brought you back in November, that the structure of the program was based on work that we did with MBLC to look at average projects in Toronto and what they needed to move forward. So this was a prioritization process based on the 7,000 cap that we initiated.
Okay, but to answer the question, did you look at any of the project performas for the 17 that you're awarding today?
So through the Speaker, we received financial information as part of the application. We didn't re-review in detail the performas, apart from those projects.
You did not
which
review
are,
them?
Councillor, please allow the staff to answer.
Hold my time then.
No, but don't
I
interrupt.
was trying to clarify
Yeah.
because I could not hear because
I
there's...
understand, but let the staff answer the
Councillor
question.
Perks is chirping over
Yeah,
here, and it makes it
okay.
difficult to hear.
Please allow the staff to
And
answer the
so
question.
I just would like clarity on the questions that I'm asking to staff, that's all.
But allow the staff to comment.
But if I can't hear because of the commotion on the floor, it makes it difficult and I need to clarify. That's all. That's all I'm asking for. Clear answers to the questions from staff, that's all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Through the Speaker, so the work we did on the detailed pro forma for a number of projects was in the report that we brought forward to you in November. We then reviewed information that was included in the application process that included financial information. And then, sorry, I forgot the second part of your question.
I'm going to ask my last question because you were running the time there. But my final question is, would you agree that the geography of these projects impacts the financial viability of these on a go-forward basis, and that is to say that projects in the core or in the downtown are probably more viable than the ones in the suburbs. And so I'm asking the question, did you take a geographic lens to analyze...
Bradford, you asked the question. Let the staff respond. Councillor Bradford, I've already given you an extra minute. Well, because you're over a minute, and let the staff answer your question. Yep. You asked the question. If I can have the staff respond, please.
Through the Speaker, I understand that the councillor is asking about whether we took a geographical lens to review the projects. We did not do that. We prioritised it based on construction readiness and construction finance readiness. The councillor is right that some projects, especially where they're in areas of the city which have higher rents, are often more viable. But equally, they may also be lower density and therefore have lower construction costs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford.
I was trying to ask my question of staff. You ran the clock during all the kerfuffle. You then turned off my microphone when I was trying to ask the question. And that's not fair to do that to the staff who are trying to give their professional perspective on the questions that are asked. If you turn off my microphone, they can't hear the question, and then you're calling them to answer a question that they could not hear.
But
no, let me finish. So I would just ask that you treat everybody with the same rules and fairness as the speaker, and if I'm asking a question, do not turn off my microphone while I'm asking the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I gave you an extra minute, and you were not allowing the staff to answer your question. You were being very rude when the staff was trying to comment. Thank you very much. No, you already had a personal privilege. Councillor Perks, question. Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the authority to make the decision for which projects to select was granted to you. Boy, can we have some quiet in the chamber so I can ask my question? The authority to select the projects and the criteria that you proposed were approved by Council in November.
Through the Speaker, that was correct, up to a 7,000 unit cap.
So I'll speak to that when we get there. Thank you.
Brad. Councillor Perks, are you finished with your question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Councillor Cheng, questions. Councillor Cheng?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering, what is the cost to the city for deferred development charges?
Through the Speaker, it's about $37,000 per unit for that.
So what's the total then?
Just bear with us a second.
Is it 210.8 million? Is that the right number?
Yes, through the Speaker, that's correct.
And what is the cost to the city in terms of deferred property taxes?
Through the Speaker, just clarify your answer to the previous question is 230.6 million.
230?
Yeah.
And how much is the cost for deferred property taxes?
Through the Speaker, it's 125 million.
Total or per year or?
That is the total.
For the length of the 40 years?
35 years.
35 years. And will these developments still be paying community benefits and parkland dedication, or are all those also waived or deferred indefinitely?
Through the Speaker, those are still, they will still be paid, apart from on the affordable side.
And what is the current commitment from the province and federal government to make up for these losses?
Through the Speaker, the 7,000 unit target was what the city was willing to put forward. As far as I know, there is no commitment yet for the balance of the program. We've demonstrated that there's appetite for it, and we would welcome a conversation with both the federal and the provincial government about that. I would just say in the, not the full economic statement, but some of the information that was identified yesterday by the federal government, there is a new 4,000 unit number for new financing from the federal government.
So is it then your hope that this program expands, but with the support of the federal and provincial government, that the 7,000 unit cap is based on what we can afford to shoulder, and then anything that goes above and beyond would have to guarantee the investment of the other levels of government?
Through the Speaker, I would say there was a high volume of very strong applications, and we were not able to support all of them. We would like to see many more thousands of units beyond what we've approved so far, and feel that there is real appetite and strength in the development sector to deliver that if we had the support of those other levels of government.
So we have a plan that looks like the market is welcoming it and is warm and receptive, and now we are just waiting, I guess, to see if the other beyond 7,000 can also be implemented. And is there any thoughts about the likelihood that that will happen, or a timeline of when these conversations are going to happen, so that we can, because I think it's important that we are ambitious, and increasing the amount of affordable and purpose-built rental will help with the diversity of housing in our city.
Through the Speaker, I think we've done as staff the most we can, which is bring forward a program which works and which is actually oversubscribed. That demonstrates that this kind of approach can work. I think that is the best route that we have taken to increase the likelihood that we will get support from the other levels of government. And we can demonstrate we're happy to sit down with either of them any day to talk through the remaining projects or the remaining amount that the city would need to be able to support those projects.
And, I think we're doing this because it's a critical issue, but do you think that the $350 million of city finances that are being used here should be, in theory, reimbursed by the higher levels of government, because this is their responsibility?
Through the Speaker, we brought that report to Council, but I'll let the CFO answer this.
Through the Speaker, so what's in front of us is consistent with the report that was brought forward from Council. It was the city's commitment to be able to advance work and support incentives for purpose-built rental. To be able to go above and beyond this level is where we would need support from both the provincial and federal government. We would not be seeking reimbursement on these first 7,000 units, but would be looking for cooperation with the feds and the province to do more.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Are there any further questions to staff? Okay, if we can have the speakers list. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to begin by moving the supplementary reports, which contain recommendations. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So, members, congratulations. This is literally the fastest and most successful affordable housing project in the City of Toronto in living memory, if not ever. We went literally in a number of weeks from a standing start to a report here in front of you that will house people in the rental market that will create affordable rental, and that we were able to do it pretty much on our own. Congratulations, job well done. And thank you very specifically to staff in the Affordable Housing Office for bringing this project forward, and to the Mayor for leading on this. A few things we should note. In November, when we announced this program and were discussing it at committee, we received correspondence from the two organizations that represent the development industry, ResCon and Build. And what's interesting is that they said that the program wouldn't work. Specifically, ResCon, which represents the residential construction industry, said that if we asked for 20% of the units to be affordable, nobody would apply because the incentive wouldn't be good enough to pay for it. And here we are, not only is the program full, the program is oversubscribed to the point where we got 4 times as many units applied for as we can finance. So a key lesson there is don't believe the industry when they tell you they need more subsidy. Believe instead what your staff are telling you. They did the work, they hired on consultants, they did their own business case and review, and they were right. The program didn't just succeed, it succeeded wildly. So keep that lesson in mind. Mr. Conforti and Ms. Bond can give you accurate information about what it costs to build in the city, rental and affordable in the city of Toronto. And the claims from the development industry should be taken not just with a grain of salt or a lick of salt, but a whole steamboat full of salt. The next thing to remember is there are members of the council and members of public who can't accept a win. They just can't, like, I don't know what it is. They just can't, like, nothing wins. When we debated this, everybody except Councillor Holyday, and Councillor Holyday, you know, God bless you, I know you like to vote no, everybody else voted yes. And yet, from the tone of questionings that we've heard, well, gee, you know, did we really delegate authority to decide to staff? Yes, we did, because we want to move quickly. Did we bring in experts who looked at how to set up a business case for this? Yes, we did. Did we tell the staff, go fast? Yes, we did. It's amazing. On Monday, you'll hear governments are too slow. On Tuesday, you'll hear, well, you know, governments have too many rules. And you'll hear on Tuesday at council, you're going too fast. Literally, in the press yesterday, members of this council were complaining that the approach we're taking to affordable housing will be too bureaucratic and too slow. And those same individuals are here today saying, my God, you're going too fast. It's almost as if the goal isn't to build housing, but rather to criticize those who are building housing. Well, I'm not going to be one of those. Mayor Chow, congratulations for building housing.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I want to echo my colleagues' remarks. And, you know, we've spoken about it many times in this chamber, in our committees, in our communities, that we have to be using every tool, every lever, every opportunity, every negotiation that we have access to as a council and as a city to invest in affordable housing and to encourage development in our city, especially in the context and the conditions that we have right now for building. And I'm thrilled to have this item in front of us, and particularly to see that the Quayside project is part of the city's purpose-built rental housing incentive stream. And this is just to highlight what we're talking about here. This program will fast-track 1,250 rental and 550 affordable rental units for our waterfront, with construction beginning 2026 in our term. And that is the work and the legacy that we are a part of in our collective efforts here. And the first 3 buildings in this phase 1 of Quayside will now be built at the same time, which means that more housing will be delivered even earlier than originally planned. And that is something to be proud of. And that is, again, an example that we continue to set as a city about how we face this crisis. The purpose-built rental is now front-ended at Quayside, with the condominium units to be following in a later phase to make sure that folks can get into homes as soon as possible. The new plan also delivers 100 more affordable units than initially planned in that first phase. That's what we're able to unlock through these efforts. And the land dedicated for the affordable rental housing will be owned by the City of Toronto and delivered in partnership with a nonprofit affordable housing provider. And what that means for Toronto residents and for the future of our city and the communities along the waterfront is to make sure that this stays affordable forever. And we know that is so critical to ensure that as we come through this crisis, we are not setting ourselves up to be back in one again. And these affordable units being affordable in perpetuity, aligning with the city's new income-based definition for affordable housing as a requirement. We'll also welcome a mix of units, which we know, again, is such an important part of the work that we do to present the solutions that we need. That includes more family-sized units in the mix. And dependable rental housing, and especially affordable housing, is critical for us to create the communities that we want in our city, in every corner of our city, ones that are welcoming and ones that are inclusive and ones that we can imagine building a future in. And I'm so happy to also see the progress on 2 Tecumseh in this report. That's 441 purpose-built rental units, 111 more affordable units in that mix. And that's in addition to the original 28 that we got through rezoning. And the response to this program from the community of developers has been exciting. With support from the provincial government for a phase 2, we can accomplish even more for people when we are giving that leadership as a city and inviting other levels of government and the private sector to be alongside us in that. I want to give a special thank you to the Housing Secretariat for the work on this program, for the Planning and Housing Committee and our chair, and to the Waterfront Toronto and development partners at Quayside Impact for meeting and matching this opportunity with the ambition that it requires to take on this project, to take on this program, and to get us building the housing that we so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I'd like to just commend the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, Abby Bond, and her staff, who have done this very critical work in such a short period of time. As you know, Council and all of our constituents are reminding us continually of the urgency in terms of building housing. The urgency is very, very well illustrated in terms of the number of people that are homeless and the number of homeless people we have to accommodate. We can also see that I think we are now probably spending about $900 million a year. $900 million a year being spent in the City of Toronto to house the homeless. We can't continue to, use this money downstream. We need some upstream building of affordable housing. And I know sometimes when I mention affordable housing, Some people say to me, well, we don't want any of that housing. I said, what do you mean? You don't want affordable housing? Well, you know what I mean. There's still a stigma to the word affordable. I can't believe it. I'm saying this is for the workforce. People who work as PSWs, who work as truck drivers, who work as, primary caregivers. They cannot afford to live in the city of Toronto. They're being driven out because of the incredible cost of rent. And let's not even talk about trying to own or buy a condo. Who can buy a condo in Toronto? The average price is $670,000 for 500 square feet. Who can afford that? Can a PSW afford that? They can't. So that's why staff, under a great deal of pressure and a great deal of direction from this council and from the public, says, get on with building housing. So they come up with a report that says, hey, our plan is working. God forbid, a plan is working. That first of all, people said nobody's going to respond to the new plan of giving people who build personal rental a break on taxes and other incentives they might be available to them from the provincial, federal government and the city. They said, oh, it won't work. Yet there was a real overflowing number of applicants. And look at the report. It says that we have got some real building on the go here. So I just want to say to everybody, it's never perfect, and you can question staff, you can second guess staff. That's what we get paid for, is the second guess. We're professional second guessers. That's what we are. So once in a while, we should say to staff, good work. You produce something very important to the people of Toronto. Housing, not shelters, not hotel rooms. You're actually going to build rental housing. And that's the role we've had to enter. And that's why the mayor is so aggressive, because essentially the private sector has failed. They can't build affordable housing. They've totally failed because they believed in some magical way of getting offshore investors to buy condos and use them as commodities to basically enrich private investors. That's what they thought the model was. Commodity. It wasn't housing. They were building this Bitcoin commodity for profit. They failed, and that's why 90% of the condo sales, there's been a 90% drop-off in condo sales. 90%, because as I said, what truck driver in Toronto can buy a 500 square foot condo in the sky at $685,000? You show me one truck driver, one PSW, one nurse, one teacher that can buy a $685,000 box in the sky. Nobody.
Time.
Only the offshore people that have disappeared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next up, Councillor Nunziata. 1 second, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just speak briefly. I do support the report. I don't see Abby. Has she left? Oh. Okay, thank you for the report. I just want to say, I was approached by my residents association in my ward a few months ago and asking the question, we have all these developers in Weston and Mount Dennis that have received approval. Some of them have received approval, some of them went through settlement offers, but none of them are building. So why don't we approach the developers and ask them, why can't we build affordable housing? You haven't started building, you don't have shovel in the ground, why don't you build affordable housing? So what I did is yesterday I had a meeting with 30 developers. I invited the CMHC, Tom Clement from Co-op Housing, and I invited Noah Slater from the Housing Secretariat, and we had an information session. And that information session, there were presentations from CMHC and also from Co-op Housing on the number of affordable housing and co-op housing that could be built, and as well from city staff. Now, at the end of the day, when we explain to developers what incentives the city has and what they could apply for, at the end of the meeting, they were just amazed on what we do have and what the opportunities are out there. A number of them said they want to apply for the affordable housing, that they did not know all the incentives that the city provided. So it was a very successful meeting, and I think a number of them are going to apply because they've been sitting there for years not building. And so I think it was a very productive meeting, and I think what's important that we get that message out to people, especially with developers that are just sitting there for years and not building, start building, let's start building affordable housing, and these are the incentives that the city could provide to you. So I just want to say that there is, in this report, there is one in my ward as well that's being approved for funding, which I welcome, and that's in the Mount Dennis area. And I'm looking forward to Learning Enrichment Foundation getting their funding as well. So I just want to say thank you to staff, and thank you to the mayor for bringing this forward, and we need to do more of it. We need to get the message out, and I think if we sit down with some of these builders and explain to them what incentives, how we can help them build more affordable housing, we will see more affordable housing being built. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Speaker. Next up, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, the Speaker said that the developers were amazed. They certainly were amazed. In fact, they've gone and oversubscribed the program. And they asked, you know, what can the city do to create more affordable housing? What incentives could they give? Well, you know, the incentives are not some abstract thing. There's not somebody in the basement of City Hall here printing money. It's taxpayers' money and taxpayers' resources. And whether you're paying property taxes directly or you're paying them indirectly through your rent to your landlord, somebody pays all this. How much are they paying? $500 million is what's in the report before us. So $500 million are being put out there as an incentives for developers to go and build a bunch of buildings. Yes, some of the units will be affordable and some will not. So I'm not surprised. Councillor Perks was surprised that it went so fast. I'm not surprised because this looks to be very, very lucrative. These developers are getting major subsidies in the form of deferred development charges and deferred property taxes. And you know, some will say, well, that's great, that is going to help subsidize the cost of housing through affordable housing. Yes, 1 in 5 people, 20% will get that. The other 4 in 5, the rest, the 80%, goes to the developer. I suppose we could sit here all day and ask the question, you know, would they, should they, could they have built the building without the incentive? I don't know. I know one of the locations is listed in the community that I live in, very contentious development files, gone on for years. After council, I get to let all of the residents know that in addition to, you know, that development proposal, guess what? You're also going to help pay for it. So I'm not sure everyone is going to be delighted with this particular report, but I want to make sure that we don't leave anyone with the impression that this money is just suddenly coming from the city, it's just an incentive, it's a deferral. These are all resources of the citizens of the City of Toronto. All of the money that we don't collect in development charges and in property taxes have to be made up somewhere. We've got to pay for the services. We have to pay for the growth of the city and all the demands that the new residents will ask of the city. And that is, under this scheme, is flowing to these particular selected developers with the promise that some of it will go back in the form of affordable housing. Mind you, many of them already had affordable housing built into them. And yeah, you know, the report says they got some more numbers out of it. Okay. But the bulk of this is an incentive, of course, to kickstart a developer to go and build something. And there'll be lots and lots of questions after this is, could have, should have, would have, maybe, I don't know. But please don't think that this is a trivial amount of money. It's an enormous amount of money that is going to have to be made up from somewhere. And really what this is as we see many times at council, is a income redistribution scheme. Except in this case, 20% of it is going to the affordable homes, and the other 80% of it is going to the developer.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't take too long, but I think at this time of year, when we see it is the Christmas spirit, the Christmas time, the time of giving, the time of wishing good things for everybody, and then we see our friends and neighbors on the street, living on the street, trying to survive. And I think at this time of year, it becomes the hardest to see that. It's getting cold. There they are. Where are they going to sleep? How are they going to be warm? I know for me, it is part of the Christmas season, and I can't forget those people, and I don't know what's going to happen to them. You really see the hardship. You really see the crisis that we have of, later we're going to talk about the number of people in shelters, but there are so many people who don't have a place to go. So this idea that we are going to push and incentivize the rental market so we will have permanently affordable rental and permanent rental housing in the City of Toronto, it's an idea whose time has come. It's a very important idea. It's an important thing that we are doing here. And I really want to pick up on what Ms. Bond said, that some people are saying, well, it's cheaper to rent the condos. Well, right now, people are desperate to rent their condos. They have an investment, they can't afford the investment, and what are they going to do? But, as she said, that's just temporary. It's not a permanently affordable place. It's not rental housing. So, for all of those who think, why are you incentivizing rental? Why not incentivize condos? Because, hey, we can rent those for cheaper than someone who's renting. That is a road that has a dead end on it because it does not bring more rental stock into the system. I just want to remind you all of our groundbreaking rental replacement that we fought so hard for. If you remember, I can't remember the numbers of all those bills. There's been a lot of bills, but the one that said you can't do that. And yet it's the one thing in buildings when you're going to have a development with more than 6 apartments, we have to replace them. That's how important rental housing is to this city, to this council, and I think to every single one of us that are here. That's groundbreaking. We're protecting rental housing. And in this case, we want to build affordable rental housing. How do we build that in the city? Well, we do have another crisis in the city. There's a crisis of homelessness, but there's also a crisis in the construction industry. Anybody who knows about real estate knows that that is a very big problem right now. We have developers that are sitting, they have experts, they have experienced people, they have crews, they have nothing to do. So why wouldn't we take this moment and hook up with them to do what we've done in the past, which is have a competition, get our roster, and then here we are, here's our land, let's build that there. We've had many different styles of building affordable housing. City Home would build it themselves. TCHC works with the developer. Create-TO does 1/3, 1/3. The city is now in the same business. We've been left out for a long time. We're back in the business of rental housing, And we can have partners. They are from the private sector. I think ResCon and others thought, well, maybe that won't work. But they are our partners in many different things, including community benefits. So everybody has stepped up. They're excited. We are stepping into the breach. We are going to have jobs for people that they wouldn't have had before. There's an industry sitting idle. It's not going to last forever, so we have to take advantage of it at this moment and move these all forward as fast as possible, and any new ones that we can add into the mix.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I think all of us agree here that we need more housing actually built in the City of Toronto. Where we differ and perhaps disagree is the best way to achieve that. It's going to be a theme today, and perhaps the best way to use our precious public resources in the pursuit of that goal for the city. Right now, when you look at the data, I think it's pretty obvious that we are dealing with a housing starts crisis. Folks are pretty happy to take a victory lap on where we are in the housing file, but I can't square that with the numbers or with the lack of progress. Housing starts in Toronto in August were down 75% year over year. That number worsened as we moved into the fall, into September, down 81% year over year. And here in October, if you look at the 10-year average, we are down 91% on housing starts. We've had some comments from some of my colleagues that would admonish folks in the building industry, the people who actually do the building of the housing, but they estimate between 18,000 and 26,000 purpose-built rental units are stalled. They are stuck in the pipeline due to the challenging market conditions and all of the fees and the costs associated with delivery. That is actually a pent-up wave of approvals that if we unlocked, we could get those shovels in the ground and we could get that housing delivered to people who need it most. So with the housing starts and housing supply crisis here on the horizon, I put forward a motion back in June. That is where this started. It was a motion to incentivize purpose-built rental. And through our process here at City Council and the mayor and executive, that evolved and landed on what we had last month in front of us. And we went forward with a program to the market, which I supported at the time, see what it looks like. And there was an 11-day application window. 11 days. It's a very short time for people to put pen to paper and get that into the city, but they did it. And the program, not surprisingly, was over-applied. Staff, to their credit, Ms. Bond and others, had 14 days to do the due diligence and to review all the applications, 75, totaling 32,600 rental units. And I think we heard from Ms. Bond this morning that that was a very tight timeline. It was very difficult to review in 14 days. And, you know, ultimately, it behooves all of us as an executive administering these programs in the City of Toronto to ask those types of tough questions when we're talking about providing $500 million of subsidy. And, you know, I think what I heard through questions was it's difficult for us to be sure that we are using those dollars in the best and most effective way. I'm not confident, and how could we be, that we have the absolute best applications, that we have the right geographic distribution, that we have the right distribution across all the different builders that want to participate in the program. And I'm not confident that these applications will necessarily actually be built because we don't have a lens into the performa, we don't have a lens into the finances, we're taking people's word on it, and we don't have the guarantees that this is actually going to translate into results. To make that worse, colleagues, we have had 6 hours to look at this report that is doling out $500 million of taxpayer subsidy. And, you know, I asked rhetorically, how many people have had a chance to read that report about a $500 million subsidy over the past 6 hours while we've been in the chamber and trying to handle other files? I'm not saying that all of the units aren't going to get built. We want them to get built. But at the end of the day, the most critical number here, to me, is that we're leaving 58 projects behind. We're leaving 25,000 units of housing that are ready to be built that are not going forward because through this review process that has been entirely opaque, and we don't have a line of sight into council as council, but we're being asked to sign off on, we don't have a line of sight into that, and we're leaving 25,000 units on the table. The answer to this when I started it back in June was as simple as it is today, and that was to waive DCs on a time-limited period for any applicant that wants to come forward and build purpose-built rental. The idea was to reduce costs. Instead, what we did was we layered on more requirements. We made it very difficult. I think at the end of the day, we should follow the suit of municipalities like Vaughan with the 25% reduction in DCs, Vaughan, Mississaugas, and others.
5 seconds.
It doesn't have to be any more difficult than that, but I would urge caution for council on their eagerness to approve $500 million of subsidy without more than 6 hours to review the file. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers before we go to the last speaker? Okay. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's no doubt all of us want to see housing built, affordable housing and rental housing. There's not one in this chamber that would say that is not what we need. Well, maybe someone is calling in saying that. Pardon me. And yes, the housing start have stopped. Why? Because the interest rate is too high. And there's no it's not because we didn't approve them on time. Everyone has the site has the OPA, all the approval here are done. Financially, it's difficult right now for rental buildings to get started. So by working together, staff, councillors, everyone have different ideas, we came up with a very good proposal. We are leading the way. Folks have said, though, there are other municipalities that have done exemption of development charges. Yes, they have. But guess what? They have not said that we will exempt you, but you have to give us affordable housing. No one have asked people to make some of the units affordable. 1 out of 5 units needs to be affordable. We can continue to build lots of condominiums and rental housing, but guess what? People can't afford, not everyone can afford those rental. They call your office, they're begging you, because the wait list for subsidized or affordable housing is 10 years and more. Some seniors tell us they died waiting for housing and they can't get it. Folks that are just left abusive relationship with their kids, they said they can't leave the shelter. Some of them have to get back to their abusive partners. Why? Because they don't have affordable housing. So here's a plan that we are building the housing, the rental housing, but a fifth of them is going to be affordable. No other municipalities are doing it. Yes, there are 11 days. We opened it up on November 18th, 11 days, the application closed. Lo and behold, 75 applications with over 32,000 purpose-built rental homes came in. And no, we are not leaving the 25,000 on the table because we want to. We want to approve all of them, but guess what? We don't have the financial capacity to do that. So we are only able to approve 7,000 to 8,000 of them. And they're in all different parts of the city. I looked, there's one in Councillor Ainsley ward, and one in Councillor Thompson's ward, quite a few in downtown. And they're in different parts of Etobicoke, Scarborough, North York, and different places. We can do so much more if we can persuade the federal and the provincial government to join us. And that's what we want to do. And one thing, in all the political drama and the power struggle that you saw yesterday, there was a little glimmer of hope. The fall economic statement that didn't get read in the House of Commons last night. I read it and saw a little piece of it that said they will approve and fast track the CMHC low-cost financing program. Now, they didn't say they were going to do a lot, but they said there'll be 4,000 units. They're adding in $2 more billion to do the low-cost financing. So some of these folks would be able to access that federal program. And I believe the Premier, who always said that he wants to build more homes faster, right now everything is stuck. No one is building anything. And the construction workers are told that they are going to get laid off. So I hope the Premier could also support us so that the other than the 8,000 that we're approving here today, that the rest of them could also get in and be able to start construction now. And if there are any fine-tuning of the program that's needed, if some of the development industry or some of the home builders are not able to finish their projects, there'll be others that are waiting to take his part. I just want to conclude by saying one thing. This is not $500 million that we have right now. We don't have this money. So it's not as if we're taking taxpayers' money and giving it to the home builders. No, we're not, because we're not getting that money because they're not constructing. So we are encouraging them. And some of you have been saying that you want to see the tax deducted. That's what we're doing. We're lowering the tax for these folks so that they could immediately do the construction. So let's get on with it and proceed. I just want to end by saying thank you to our staff because the turnaround time was incredible. I know you work 24/7, 7 days a week to make this report possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Bradford has a question to the mayor.
Sure. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, could you remind us the cost of a development charge on a one-bedroom unit purpose-built rental here in the City of Toronto?
It's in the report, actually, Councillor. The report talked about how much it will cost, and let me just get to it. It said that the funding of this is, well, not that it's funding, but that the fact that we are not able to the number of financial incentive, the property tax exemption for 35 years is about 114 million. And the value of development charges is about $211 million. So you're looking at property tax deduction over 35 years based on a CVA, which is of about $405,000 per unit. And development charges, they're looking at 25% studio, 45% one bedroom, and 20% two bedrooms. So it's calculating using 2024 rates. So it depends on which one. And the ones that are affordable units, the 1 out of 5 units, these are going to be exempt for 100%.
So, but the question was just very simply, could you tell me how much a development charge is on one unit of housing here in the City of Toronto? One bedroom.
It depends on the size of the unit.
It depends on the bedroom.
It's all in the report. And yes, you only have 6 hours, but I'm sure you'll be able to see this page. It's under the financial impact.
So I know the answer. I was just wondering if you do. It's $33,497 for a one-bedroom unit. So
yes, but these are the money that we don't have. Right now, they're not paying us that money because they're not building, as you said, that there's only like 91% down, right, since October. You said that.
So you said in your comments that the primary reason, I think you said the reason that we have a housing starts crisis here in Toronto, and it's nice that we have some alignment and agreement on that. You said the reason was interest rates. I would agree that that has been a challenge, although interest rates are coming down. Would you also agree that development charges, taxes, and fees have been a significant impediment to the financial viability of projects going forward?
Well, the rental housing here has no HST and GST because they've been exempt by the federal and the provincial government. You know that. That we welcome that exemption. And when that happened, the Liberal government first suggested, and the provincial government said, yes, we will exempt the taxes.
Yeah, so just, again, I'll ask the question again, maybe a different way. Would you agree that taxes, development charges, and fees have been an impediment to the project viability of new purpose-built rental here in the City of Toronto? Would you agree with that?
You're talking about condominiums or talking about rental housing? They're two very
When I
different
said
things.
purpose-built rental, what I meant was purpose-built rental.
Yeah. For purpose-built rental, there's a combination of reasons. One of the reasons why condos are more, have been built, they're a lot cheaper to build. Okay. And you see that. And one of the problems that we have noticed in the last 15 years, not just in the City of Toronto, but all across Ontario and all across Canada, as the federal and the provincial government stop providing the funding that the municipalities need, as a result, our infrastructure is very much dependent on charging development charges and all of those park levies. Why? Because municipalities across Canada cannot afford to build the roads and the sewage and the public transit because the federal and the provincial government have not done their share. You and I agree, we all agree, that if we can have more infrastructure funds,
Madam Speaker,
then we
could I
would
ask
be
another
able
question?
to lower the cost of building.
this is-
Absolutely, but we have no choice.
Yeah.
And Section 37 is the same thing.
Okay, if Councillor Bradford, one more question.
Yeah, so if we agree that taxes and fees, among other things, and I think we agree, have made it financially more difficult to have projects going forward here in Toronto, why not provide broader relief from a development charge perspective, from a parkland dedication perspective, with a sunset clause for the next 2 years so that we can actually get all of those 25,000 additional units to come forward, get the shovels in the ground, get people building on those projects, much like the approach that Mayor Del Duca has shown with his leadership in Vaughan. Why don't we do that here?
That was your last question.
We don't have the financial capacity to do so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions to the mayor?
Thank you, Speaker. Mayor, a moment ago, you answered Councillor Bradford's question, and you said that, I'm going to paraphrase, you said that the federal and provincial government weren't doing their part by paying for infrastructure, and so that put a lot of pressure on us as a city to pay for that, and we pay for that through taxes and fees and development charges. So if we've got all this pressure and we can't keep up with it, then how come we're forgiving all of these fees in this report to the tune of $500 million?
Because nothing is being built right now. And also, remember, in terms of taxes, already the federal and the provincial government exempt the GST and the HST. They've done a piece of it. If no one is building, number one, we're not getting the development charges. We're not getting their property taxes. It's not money that we have. It's not the money that we would collect in the next 2 years because they're not building. So we're not upping the property tax in order to do that. And on top of it, why do people pay park levy? Because our property tax rate, just using property tax cannot hold the cost to do the roads, the infrastructure, and the downloading of public transit, of housing. And since that occurred, our property tax rate property taxpayers having a hard time because there's just not enough money. So you take a look at the roads, take a look at the old infrastructure that is on TTC and TTC stations. Some of them are leaking. We have track problems. We have signal problems. We have to invest in our infrastructure. Just building the housing without the infrastructure won't do anything. People won't be very happy.
Exactly, and that's the point in my question I'm going to raise is, if we're adding these new houses, new people to the city, and we're not collecting taxes and development charges from the new people that have come, then everybody else has to pay more. Is that not true? Like, if the federal government's not giving us money for infrastructure, and we need to build more parks and more ambulance stations and buy more buses and create more infrastructure and roads and water systems, who pays for all of this? Does it not get shouldered on the existing citizens of the city if we're letting all the developers off?
I thought you're from a school of thought that you believe in axing the tax. Okay, we're saying we're giving them a discount. They still have to pay once people moved in 85% of the property taxes. Okay, it's not that we are exempting the entire 100% of their property tax. They still have to pay 85%. We've calculated very carefully that we believe if we exempt 15%, giving them a discount, then they would be able to finance the construction, so they can in fact start. But we are still collecting the property tax. If they don't build right now, we're collecting $0. So why not collect 85% of the money that they would once we build it, we would collect the money. Why not do that? Because right now, if we do nothing, in the next 2 years, we're collecting $0.
But there's no growth and there's no individuals, so there's not the same level of pressure on the city. And so, why then would we transfer that extra 15% increment to the rest of the city? And that's what I'm getting at in my question here, Madam Mayor, is that it's a shifting of the burden. Would you not acknowledge that it's a shifting of the burden from one place to the other?
It is shifting the burden. The rental housing, we have so few rental housing now in the city. We're saying to people that live in condominiums, living in houses, that because of the advantages they had in the past, that we have been changing the tax rate so that we could give those that are living in, now remember 52% of the residents in Toronto are renters, okay? They don't own anything. Their equity, the rent they pay, they're not getting equity back. So we're giving them a break. We're saying that you are paying a bit less property taxes because they have been subsidizing the rest of the city, right? Because they are having a hard time right now, and people cannot afford to pay their rent and feed the kids.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Okay. On the item, we'll have a recorded vote. Councillor Perks has moved a supplementary report. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Crisani, please, and thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? The motion carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, so we'll go back to, before we go to the item that we were, before lunch, Councillor Pasternak, did you get a chance to look at the response on your item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, I did. I was tempted to refer it to executive, but I don't want to give these mobs on our streets any more oxygen, so I'll move receipt.
Okay, so Councillor Pasternak is moving receipt of IA 24.1. On favor? Carried. Thank you. So we will now go to the item that we started before lunch, which is EX 19.1. So if we can put the list on the screen, please. I believe we were going through questions. Was it speakers? Okay. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. It's sometimes timing is fortuitous. So we just spent, an hour and a half, maybe a little more, talking about how City Council needs to subsidize the development industry to spark their interest in creating purpose-built rental. And all of the $500 million that has to go into that first tranche. And we're going back now to a report that talks about a subset of sites in the city, and that's where the city steps in and says, well, forget about the industry. We're going to do it ourselves. We're going to take our own sites and we're going to redevelop them. And we're going to do it through the public builder model. Yes, I understand that doesn't mean that public servants may be there swinging hammers, but they're going to take on significant parts of the job of the developer. And I'm not sure that that's the right path forward. If the private sector and the for-profit development industry is struggling so much, how are we supposed to give it a go ourselves as a public entity? What could go wrong? So I have major apprehensions about going down this path and executing on the array of projects. And that I don't say that because I lack confidence in staff. I lack confidence in our overall process and our approach as a council to doing this. We have had many systems in place over the years to try to work with the development industry and to use civic assets, lands, to use them in a better way if they're no longer required. But we're going deeper and farther down a path where we now must bear an enormous amount of risk that is normally associated with private industry for them to carry, and we now put it onto the public's shoulders. So I don't think that we need to do this, and I will not be supporting this particular report. And I hope that we exercise care through these processes, should council pass it, and making sure that we transfer as much risk as possible off of the shoulders of the public sector, who are really the citizens of this city, and put it into the industry that's in charge of development. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak. Councillor Pasternak? Go ahead, Councillor Pasternak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to take a minute to talk about some of the consequences that are less obvious when we don't commit ourselves to affordable housing. The young people in this city will move elsewhere. The next generation of workers in government, lawyers, doctors, technicians, in the technical trades. They will go elsewhere, and they won't come back. And I can tell you, from personal experience, 3 of my 4 kids have already left the city. Now, it's true, they left for a number of different reasons, cost not always being one of them, but one of the reasons they won't come back is because of cost. In York Centre, we're breaking ground on a number of different projects. One is the William Baker project, which is guaranteed 20% affordable. And of course, the housing now, after 6 years of waiting, we finally broke ground with the mayor, and we're going to be constructing over 400 units of affordable. We also have a development on Finch Avenue West, where I believe it's a little under 300 units of affordable seniors housing that got going with CMHC and open door policy. So if we want a future in the city where we want people to stay, to help build our community, to help build our neighborhoods, to raise a family, to start a business, it is important that we keep them here and we don't lose this great energy and future to other municipalities that are offering much better opportunities and much better housing. So one final point before I close off. What I'm finding more and more when it comes to seniors, that their kids, seniors who need support but are aging in place, their kids have moved away, and they are unable to help on a regular basis on some of the day-to-day routines that many seniors need. So you see a situation in which those family support networks that have been relied on for generations, where kids would stay in the same city and help their aging parents in many ways, those supports are gone or disappearing because the kids are leaving. And that means many of the seniors are aging in place without the supports necessary to function in dignity and in independence and in safety. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can ask for some quiet in the council chambers, all members of council, please. Councillor Holliday, Councillor Myers. Quiet, please. It's very noisy in the council chambers. This includes staff as well. Councillor Sachs to speak.
I didn't ask for...
I want to speak? Okay. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, housing. I just have a motion. I was looking at it with discussing it with Councillor Perks. He doesn't like parts of my motion. But anyways, the genesis of this motion says request city manager, the deputy city manager, to report meeting executive on how this new model will deliver housing. We want to report back just to make sure this is on track. City council request city manager to conduct additional consultation just to make sure things are on track. City council requests executive director of development in consultation with city executive. And the last thing I want to mention, which is a bit unusual, but and I think it's worth looking at, the city council requests that the mayor, in consultation with the city solicitor, to determine whether any provisions of the City of Toronto Act 2006, special powers and duties of the head of council, enable her to expedite the delivery of urgently needed affordable housing. So we just want to, as you know, the mayor was given strong mayor powers by the generosity of Premier Ford, and so why not look at those strong mayor powers, just look at them, to see if anything could be used in the strong mayor powers to expedite the delivery of affordable housing on public land. Okay, so you've got Lawrence Heights, for instance, we've got public land, 100 acres, and we can't seem to get through the maze of complexities to deliver affordable housing. 100 acres in the middle of Toronto, and there's so much red tape and convoluted processes, many of them imposed by the province, that just don't work. So we're asking to look at that, to see if there's some kind of way the mayor could exert more direct influence in getting the housing built on public land that is affordable. That's all we're looking at. You know, the thing about this whole process of housing, what I find really laughable is I hear developers crying poor all the time. They're saying, we can't afford to build because we have to pay too much for building sewers and infrastructure. The development charges are too much. We can't afford it. And sure, there are real expenses to building the infrastructure. But you know what they want? They want the taxpayers, property taxpayers of Toronto, the property taxpayers who can't afford to pay their property taxes, they want them to pay for their developers' costs to build development in their neighborhood. So there's a taxpayer sitting there in their house where they're paying $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 a year for property taxes, and the developer wants to build a 50-story building next door. So the developer is saying to that homeowner, oh, I can't afford to build sewers for my 50-story building. Will you pay me to build the sewers for my development next door? That's what they're saying. Not to mention that Bill 23 from the good graces of Premier Ford cut cities' development charges by $2.1 billion. They already gave our developer friends $2.1 billion of taxpayers' money that they don't have to pay to build their condos in the sky. They've already got $2.1 billion in their pocket. Now they're saying to the poor taxpayer, you know, in Councillor Nunziata's ward, they're saying, oh, please let that property taxpayer on Bicknell pay for my sewers, my sidewalks, and my hydro. That's what they're saying to Councillor Nunziata's poor taxpayers. They should be paying for the developer's sewers. When he wants to build or she wants to build, they want to build a 50-story condo. That's what they're crying poor about now. The taxpayers should pay for their ability to build their condos. They've already got $2.1 billion from Santa Claus Ford in Bill 23. What else do they need for Christmas? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cole, we do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. There's a lot in there, so yeah. I wondered if the Deputy Mayor could tell us what he has in mind for Lawrence Heights. This says that the city is going to initiate a rezoning.
Yeah, and you see, a lot of this motion relates basically to my experiences in Lawrence Heights. What we're trying to do with this motion is to try to basically allow the processes in Lawrence Heights to be expedited so we don't get caught up in, for instance, 30, 40, 50 Committee of Adjustment hearings to move electrical outlets in front of townhouses in Lawrence Heights. That's the craziness that exists right now in our present system. I want to get rid of that kind of unnecessary duplication and have some kind of authority where we would say, listen, we don't need 50, 60 community adjustment hearings to move plugs in front of buildings in Lawrence Heights.
Okay. The other part of the motion asks the mayor to look at her powers. Do you have any suggestion about where that could head?
Well, all I'm saying is that, you know, the Premier of this province is quite adamant. He wanted to have our mayors with enough power to, you know, get things done for the City of Toronto and other cities. So I'm saying look at that to see if maybe there's anything in there, in those the Strong Power Act, to see whether or not the mayor could basically use strong mayor powers to expedite the building of affordable housing on public land. Get rid of the red tape. Let the mayor be the red tape remover.
So are you okay with that concept in general, or is
No,
that
just
only
on public land, like in Lawrence Heights.
just on public land?
Yeah.
Okay,
And building affordable housing.
and by red tape, you're okay if that's, red tape, sometimes people call public consultation red tape or right of appeal or that kind of thing.
Well, that could still go on, but I'm just saying there are all these minor antiquated processes that just cost money and time. As I said, Lawrence Heights, we've been at it for 17 years. 100 acres of public land. We're trying to build housing for people in partnership with the private sector, but it shouldn't take 17 years.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for the question.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Good question.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. This council meeting seems like some of the more other ones we've had recently to be all about housing. And that's great. It shows that when we put our minds to it, this council can achieve a lot. And we're actually making a bit of a very specific breakthrough here. We're taking the step to create the administration to run the public builder model that Mayor Chow and some others in the last election were advocating for. This literally, over the last year, has transformed the City of Toronto from an entity that was frustrated and unable to move on affordable housing to quite possibly itself the biggest developer in the country. Think back, in 2018, the previous administration created something called Housing Now. And between 2018 and 2023, Housing Now built 0 units. And the idea there was we would use our real estate company to give land to the private sector in exchange for building affordable housing. It was cumbersome, it was slow, it was ineffective. Then, an election happened and a new approach was created. And in that time, we have gone from 0 to currently having 13 projects under construction right now, and another 33, I think, 34 that will go into construction next year. That's 47 affordable housing projects that we have been able to get started in the space of this 15 months and next year. It is a remarkable accomplishment. And it shows that contrary to some people's opinion, government isn't slow. Government is fast and effective. It also shows that by relying on the private market, as we did for the last 20 years, we built too much of the wrong thing and not enough of what Torontonians actually need. You'll recall when we had our debate on the vacant home tax, the chief financial officer told us that right now there are 6,000 condominium units sitting vacant. 6,000 condominium units sitting vacant. And that's because they were never built to be lived in. They were built as speculative commodities. If you are a developer and you want to build a tall tower, you have to pre-sell 60% of the units in your building in order to get your construction financing. So what was happening is a select group of real estate agents would buy several floors worth of units at a discounted price, thinking they'd be able to resell them later at a better price, and that's how development was financed in the City of Toronto. Meaning, the housing system was literally designed to make speculators rich without providing housing to people. We've taken a different approach, and we have gone, as I said, from 5 years of building no affordable housing under the last administration to this administration, which in the space of 15 months so far and the coming 12 months will have 47 project shovels in the ground. This shows that when the people of Toronto, through their elected government, get fed up and say, we are not interested in enriching speculators, we want actual housing, we're able to achieve miracles. This final piece that we're approving today takes what we have been doing informally and cements it. It cements it within the Toronto Public Service, solving one of the other problems with housing now, which is you had two companies outside the City of Toronto. Sure, we appointed their boards, but their boards were making independent decisions, and we wouldn't allocate resources effectively. We're ending that and centralizing the decision-making so that the financing, the RFPs, the approvals, the business cases are all coordinated. Congratulations, members of council. We've done a remarkable thing. Be proud.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
That's okay. Thanks, Madam Speaker, and through you. I don't think it's going to be news for anyone here, but I'm going to be voting against the mayor's pursuit of the public builder. Even if that costs me some of my positions here in committee, I think it's an important stand for us to take, and I would encourage you to do the same thing. I try not to view housing issues through an ideological lens. I try and be practical and pragmatic about it, but the public builder approach is an ideological one. And the ideology there is that we need to build more bureaucracy to build more housing. The ideology is that government can build housing faster than professionals with the experience and the expertise in the private sector or in the not-for-profit sector. And I think most people outside of this council chamber would understand that that's a nonsensical notion. Government never does it for faster and less money. That just doesn't happen. So let's actually take a look at where we've been over the course of this public builder journey, and run back the clock. We first had a report in front of council here in September of 2023. Then we had another report in November of 2023 where the words public builder from the mayor's campaign appeared for the first time in front of council. Then we had a third report in December of 2023, and a fourth report in July of 2024, where they replaced the words public builder with public developer. And now we have a fifth report here in front of us today. And what's happened with these 5 reports and 16 months of time? Well, you know what it is? It's a lot of talk, but not a lot of action. And we still don't actually have a definition for public builder or public developer or whatever we're actually calling it today. We don't know what that is, but we do know we might try to sign a master service agreement with Toronto Community Housing and create TO. And we are committed to creating more bureaucracy, hiring a new executive director who is going to not direct people on what to do, but maybe work with them, maybe bring them in, collaborate, find a way to advance this. We'll probably have some more reports, and in fact, this report calls for another report next quarter. But what is actually going to change? And how is this actually going to translate into more housing? I think we're building more bureaucracy, but I'm not convinced we're building more housing. So across the 5 reports in the 16 months, we have certainly spent a lot of taxpayers' money. We have certainly spent a lot of staff time scrambling to change the organizational chart so that the mayor can claim a victory on the public builder model. But I don't think we've actually seen the shovels hit the ground. I don't think we've actually seen more homes that people can afford getting built. And to be clear, I actually feel bad for the civil service because they have been given an impossible challenge. They have been given the task to fit a square peg in a round hole, and they know this doesn't make sense. I've had those conversations with staff, and it's very difficult for them. Council has put them in an impossible position. Now, here in this chamber, in this administration, folks have been trumpeting the groundbreaking at 11 Brock yesterday as the vanguard of the public builder model. Well, as my colleague speaks about what happened in 2018, that's when that project from the government was first envisioned. We bought the land in 2019, And then it was included in an early request for the 2023 Federal Rapid Housing Initiative, which was basically the exact same thing as Trenton Cedarvale and Willowdale and other supportive housing projects. And then we took another 17 months to break ground yesterday. 17 months. And what is the cost of those public builder units, 42 units? More than $600,000 a unit for those 42 units, where we're not subjected to any of the taxes, fees, or charges that every other unit in the City of Toronto is. So I think since the inception of the public builder model, it still remains extremely ambiguous what that is, who's going to be leading it, who they're actually going to be leading, who's making the call. But we do know we are formalizing this within the bureaucracy. We are building more bureaucracy in a pursuit of building more housing. And I think at the end of the day, this thing is going to cost a lot of time, a lot of money. It's going to fall apart because it's a house of cards. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, on the item, recorded vote. Oh, we have motions. Okay, can we put the motions on the screen? Motion by Councillor Perks.
Separately on part 5 of Councillor Cole's motion, well, it is absolutely hilarious. I just can't vote for it, so I need it separated out.
So what do you want to vote on? Number 5 separately?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, we'll vote on 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 recorded.
Just stand by, members.
One, two, three, four.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Parts 1 to 4 of motion number 1 carried. The vote is 24-1.
Okay, on number 5, if we can put number 5 on the screen. What's number 5? We can't see it. Huh? Scroll
Members,
down?
you'll have to scroll down to see part 5.
I don't know. Does everybody see the motion? Yes. Okay. Not really?
Part 5 of motion 1 carries. The vote is 16-9.
Item is amended. Recorded vote. How does he come up with these motions?
Councillor Candeval, please. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 22-3.
All right. Our next item is EX 19.18. Deputy Mayor Malik held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Social procurement policy review. Yeah.
Madam Speaker.
Oh. Just so you know, we skipped over Councillor Fletcher's item, EX 19.2, because she still waiting for some comments. That's why we're going to EX 19.18. So questions to staff, if you can put your name on the screen. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions, and Councillor Mantis, put your name on the screen if you want to ask questions. Oh, you have a point of order? Councillor Mantis, point of order.
I just want to do a declaration of interest for EX 19.3, analysis of driver wages in the vehicle for hire industry. My family owns a taxi plate.
All right, so did you fill the form out?
Filled it already and already sent it to the clerk.
Now, you're going to stay for the council meeting, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Questions to staff. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. It was really helpful to see the results of the social procurement policy over the last 7 years in this report. And I just wanted to hear very briefly some of the key highlights to share with council that may not have been apparent through the data that was presented. Do we not have, can you just stop my time while we're finding the correct person for this? Hi, Madam Speaker. Do you mind holding my time? Because there doesn't seem to be someone here to answer my questions.
Is anybody here to answer the questions? We're at EX 19.18. Who is supposed to answer these questions?
The social procurement division? Do you mind resetting my time?
Yeah, I'll just do it. Okay, you ready? All right.
Thank you very much. Just recap, it was really helpful to see the results of the social procurement policy over the last 7 years. And I just wanted to hear a little bit more if there were any key highlights to share with us that we might not have been able to see through just the data.
It's through the chair. Through the speaker, sorry. Well, I can say that we have a couple of highlights, such as the numbers are showing. So from 2017 to 2023, we actually awarded over $103 million in contracts for certified Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving suppliers. So broken down, that's 88.7 million for open competitive and 4.1 through non-competitive. So that's just one example.
Okay, thank you. Having the numbers from this report was encouraging because it helps us form our baseline. And can you share how you are currently using targets in your efforts?
Of course, through the speaker. So it's a conversation that's been going on for quite a while about the targets, and as you know, there are still questions surrounding them. Currently, we are using them as a basis of discussion with other suppliers when we are setting targets for their RFPs and when we are planning to use them within the RFTs. Again, currently they are set on a case-by-case basis based on basically the surrounding facts of the situation. So what is the scope, the volume, the duration of the contract, and so on.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, and I know we've had conversations about targets in the past as well, so that's important insight. My final question is just in regards to workforce development. I see that you've put your priorities on over 2-year contracts of a minimum value. Has there been work on looking at workforce development opportunities across multiple contracts with the same suppliers where a specific contract may not meet that criteria?
So not currently. Again, one of the challenges is the fact that each of these contracts are competitively bid most often because of the value, which are typically over $5 million or $50 million, depending on, again, the type. So it's hard to actually try to align these. Now, is that something we can look into potentially? Absolutely. But it is not something that really is top of mind, just because, again, community benefits are workforce development is very specific and requires a very specific space to be successful.
Okay, thank you very much.
About questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a question in light of the recommendation to engage with the community from these groups. What is the plan to create awareness for said groups to engage and access and apply for procurement opportunities?
Through the speaker, we are still developing the plan, but we have relationships with existing community organizations and networks, including through Social Development Finance and Administration's Community Benefits Advisory Group, that we intend to leverage and understand through community organizations, other organizations that we can connect with.
And sorry if I missed this in the document. And when is that plan coming?
That will be planning in Q1 2025, starting January.
And will there be any communication strategy, whether it's social media or other means, to get the word out?
Yes, we intend to leverage the city's social media networks.
And lastly, if there are enterprises that are interested in this, would our office forward and connect them to your office if they wanted to learn more and engage in the process?
Yes, they can email socialprocurement@Toronto.ca. Any organization can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Can Councillor Cole go first? I'm just getting a motion.
Pardon?
I'm just getting a motion ready.
Okay. Councillor Cole.
No, listen, I think this is a critically important policy that we have at the city that should be enriched, because we have so many people that make up our very, very complex quilt of nationalities and origins, ancestry, especially our Indigenous brothers and sisters. And so we've got to do whatever we can to help them as they undertake their entrepreneurial activities. And so I think it's an important obligation that we have. And I just want to encourage everybody to support this and ensure that our citizens are made available of this important policy. I think it really creates employment, it creates more harmony, and certainly it creates a better sense of belonging. I just want to add just one thing that is a bit related to this, but it's part of it, is, for instance, in Lawrence Heights, we for years been begging for a milk store, a convenience store where people go buy milk and bread. Right now, they have to walk from Rainy Avenue, they walk all the way down to Lawrence, that's about 1.5 kilometers, to get milk. Or they have to walk to Bathurst and 401 to get milk. So we finally got us an entrepreneur, a newcomer to Canada, to set up a little convenience store. And the guy's going broke because there's no parking for the convenience store. And so what is happening, people like to run in and out, get their milk. They just park, get the milk, and run. But he can't get anybody to do that because there's no parking. So we built this building with retail on the main floor. And this poor guy is begging me for some kind of financial help to survive while we somehow find a way of giving them 2 parking spots. I'm trying to move the TTC stops, they're in the way. We can move them to the other side. So I got to ask the TTC, I got to ask the housing, I got to ask the police, I got to ask everybody for this guy to get 2 spots so he can provide milk and bread for the 2,000 people who live in the Lawrence Heights area. This is how crazy it is. So I think if that could be maybe pushed into the agenda of the social procurement in an indirect way, I think it would really help the reality of people who are newcomers, diverse backgrounds, are trying to open up a business, and then we as the city don't facilitate that important small business that is just saying, give me 2 parking spots so I can keep my doors open and provide much needed essential services to people who live in that community. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll hold this item down. Before you go, the next item is yours. The community music school. It's next, so if you want to deal with it before you go, because it's the next item.
Just deal with that tomorrow morning at any time. I'm good with that. Just put it back in the queue if I'm not here.
What, do you just want to move it? I mean, what happened at executive?
Like, is that right now?
Huh?
Is that right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
I'd like to, A, move it, B, speak to it briefly.
Okay, speak to it.
And then C, request a recorded vote at the end of it. Right?
Okay, that's fine.
Can I
Go
do
ahead.
A, B, and C?
Because we're at the item now. Okay, you can speak to it.
Exactly. Madam Speaker, this is an absolutely amazing story that you have in front of you today. It's a culmination of a considerable number of years of work through the pandemic and beyond. And the reason why we did the work related to this particular project, Madam Chair, is that some years back, I had the good fortune of running into some folks, and I went down and I looked at the music program, but first for a program called Sistema. It's a big band music program. It sort of emanated out of Venezuela and here. And at that time, it was mostly down in the, I think, the Parkdale area. And we brought it up to Jane and Finch in one of the schools. And I got to tell you, it was an absolutely moving program where, a number of kids joined the program 4 days a week. You have to stay in the program in order to sort of continue on and learn music and so on. It was an amazing thing. And what I saw at the end of that, Madam Speaker, was that all these kids not only were staying in school after school, doing something very productive and positive and disciplined, acquiring a skill, developing a musical talent. Their families were engaged in it. It was just absolutely empowering and amazing. And that led me to go and visit the Regent Park School of Music, and have a conversation with them as well and see how their musical program was working and so on. And encouraging them to come into the neighborhood. And they were in the neighborhood doing some wonderful, wonderful work. And I thought, you know what? How amazing would it be if we could build a music school in the community here where kids would be able to, go and learn to play a musical instrument, find the power of music, the healing power of music, the discipline power of music, the opportunities that music gives you, the sort of the pathways to success, as it were. I know that that's an acronym that doesn't really mean a whole lot, but I can tell you this: that music is a powerful, powerful tool. And bringing it into these neighborhoods in this way is just amazing. And the community schools of music, formerly the Regent Park School of Music, they did all the heavy lifting, really, because they believe and they have a similar type mission and vision. And they went out and did the heavy lifting, the hard work of, finding the money, putting together the proposal, coming onto a city site, a complicated city site, as it always is, to develop on city lands, next to a library. We renovated this library, included a music lending program, and in the community schools of music, put together this proposal, which is amazing. If any of you have read the report, you will know that they have backers and funders, and they've done all of the work themselves, and all really are committing to this is basically allowing them to develop this project on a public library board site. And generations of kids will benefit by this. So I really want to thank Richard at the School of Music and all of the others. There are too many to name. All of the people in our real estate division, the people at the library board, all of the folks that and I also want to thank the mayor, Madam Speaker, because the mayor really gave the project a kick forward, as it were. Sometimes these things get caught in sort of in some bureaucratic quicksand, and you kind of like spin your wheels, and you seem to find you're always in the same place, and costs continue to escalate, and things begin to get tougher. But the mayor really sort of threw the project a lifeline and yanked us out of that quicksand, and that's why we're here today. And if we can make this happen, and I'm sure that we will have generations of young people in the Jane Finch community be able to go to a place that they will call their school of music, receive musical instruction for
5
free.
seconds.
And I can't imagine the kinds of folks that are going to come from that program and the successes that we are going to have. I'm so absolutely delighted here today to move it, and I hope that the City Council will support it overwhelmingly. Thank you.
Okay, recorded vote. Councillor Prutz has asked for a recorded vote. This is on EX 19.21.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Myers. Councillor Perruzza, will you vote, please? Deputy Mayor McKelvey, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Council. The item is adopted unanimously, 24 in favor.
Deputy Mayor Malik, we do have your motion, so if you want to move your motion.
Sorry, yes, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead. Your motion is ready.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I have two motions. The first one is about the importance of setting targets when it comes to our social procurement policy, particularly a performance measurement framework, moving that forward. And my other motion, is that ready as well? And that is the importance of the work we are doing in a focused way on the FIFA World Cup coming into the report backs in Q4. I want to start by thanking the small but mighty team at the Social Procurement Program for this report. Thank you for your incredible and dedicated work and capturing the first 7 years of this program. And we know with a program like this that is ambitious, that is setting new benchmarks for how we work as a city on this very important issue, it means that we're testing things out, we are seeing what's in the broader kind of context, and figuring out that path forward that will allow this to continue to benefit the city and our communities for the long haul. And capturing the first 7 years of the program, I think what we can say is there have been many lessons and learnings and continued improvements that we see through these recommendations in the years to come. And it's important that we have this at Council, and I really want to highlight this, that this is coming alongside the Economic and Community Development Committee's partnered approach to inclusive economic development, because this program was an important step of our city to integrate our thinking around how we use every opportunity we have to invest in our city for the outcomes we want: thriving businesses, equity across gender, race, ability, and our investments going back into our city and into our province and into our country. And the idea here is simple and profound in a lot of ways. It's using our considerable purchasing power to do double and sometimes even triple duty. I think that's where we're going to, is making sure that we are able to have social benefits, economic benefits, and we're moving in the direction to make sure that alongside that are also our environmental benefits, and we're taking into consideration our climate leadership and our objectives. And in this era where we are grappling with trade agreements and the lowest bidder, it is really important that we are approaching our procurement power in this way. And we can see the results. We are making important progress as a city with upward trends on the percentage of contracts going to diverse suppliers and the increase in what that spending looks like. I'm glad to see these recommendations from staff move forward to unlock even more progress, and with the additional amendments that I'm putting forward, to be able to set goals and to track them. And I want to also acknowledge that we are not doing this alone. We are part of a growing network of advocates and anchor institutions here in Toronto and across Ontario and Canada who are using their purchasing power to invest in our city, in local communities and neighborhoods, in residents, in businesses like the ones that Deputy Mayor Cole described. This is the work that we are doing together, and that is something to be proud of. Thanks again to staff for this report. Thank you for your work to lead this. And most of all, thanks to the incredible advocates who have been working on this alongside us at the city, pushing us continually to meet those targets. I want to particularly thank the Toronto Community Benefits Network and the coalition that continues to grow around this work, around social procurement and community benefits. We are doing this work together with the seriousness that it requires, and we are seeing the results, and we'll keep going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's put them. Oh, Councillor Candeval wants to speak. Okay, just a sec. Councillor Candeval to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be quick.
Okay.
Thank you for staff for this report, and particularly Deputy Mayor Malik for the amendments. If it matters, measure it, and
this
your
is just
amendment
for-
does exactly that. And I applaud you for that amendment and in full support of it. We're seeing this conversation as our cities, diverse communities grow up, get older, establish businesses. They want to participate in the prosperity and the success that our city is seeing, and it doesn't accrue to usual folks, that we need to see the benefits spread and enjoyed by all. And I applaud staff for committing to doing an approach that communicates this program to the wider audience in our city. And for reflection, I think as this program grows and gains value, that we look at the application of this lens to the development review process. We have the most cranes in the sky in any city in North America. This is an industry and a business that requires greater diversity, particularly across the different neighborhoods. And I've seen some level of homogeneity in my 1 year as councillor working in development applications. So I think the promise within this amendment and motion can be applied to bigger and broader sectors within our reach as a city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. If we can put the motions on the screen, please, so we can vote. Motion by Deputy Mayor Malik is on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Second motion. Okay, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Okay, our next item is EX 19.25, updating the code of conduct for public members of City Council's advisory bodies. Councillor Moyes, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Councillor Moyes?
Sorry, let me just find this.
Do you have questions to staff?
I do, Madam Speaker.
Does anybody have any questions? No?
I have questions.
Okay. Councillor Moyes, questions?
So, back when Council made the decision to appoint citizen members to the TTC board, Council understood that if someone was being compensated, that they were subject to the same code of conduct as city councillors. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, at that time, through the decision around the TTC board, that board would have been governed by the code of conduct for local boards. So it wasn't as a result of being compensated or not. It fell under the code of conduct for local boards.
Okay, and I still don't understand why advisory boards or boards in general don't fall under the code of conduct. Because, for example, if I'm on the TTC board, I'm governed by the code of conduct, but yet the colleague who's a citizen member is not. Like, why the discrepancy? And if this is an issue, how do we rectify this discrepancy?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the advisory bodies and local boards are distinct entities, so the advisory bodies are not local boards. And the code of conduct is specifically applicable to members of local boards.
Okay, so then my question is there a way to remedy this situation? Because I think there's a gap there.
Yeah, so there is a gap. Through the Speaker, that's correct. There is a gap. So the way to remedy it would be for us as staff to develop a code of conduct for the council advisory bodies. There is a code of conduct for local boards. There's a code of conduct for councillors. We could come back and develop one for council advisory bodies.
Okay, great. And this is what the motion here is asking for. Great. Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm with it.
AU 7.1, Councillor Crisanti, you held the item down.
I'll be releasing that item, as I mentioned to you a moment ago. I'm satisfied with, met with staff, and I'm all good. Thank you.
Okay. So Councillor Crisanti is releasing AU 7.1. On favor? Oh. Oh,
But I just released it.
oh, okay. I thought it was just a quick, do we have questions then? Okay, so if anybody has questions, can you please put your name on the screen? Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Oh, that's fine, I can wait. Just thought it was over.
Are we ready?
Yes, I just have
Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, yeah, I think the Auditor General knows what I'm going to be asking. And while your work plan is clear, there were some requests from council from this year in asking you to further work on certain things, in particular pay it, and give us some information back. But I don't see it there, and I'm not sure what you're able to do for us on that, Madam Auditor.
So through the Speaker, we have included in our budget request that will be considered before the Budget Committee in January 2025 an enhancement in terms of doing further investigation of pay it.
Is there not some unspent dollars already in there? I'm just going to ask the CFO if that's the only opportunity or if there already is. I don't want to have to wait on the budget. I'm interested in what other options there might be, Mr. Goodforty.
Through the Speaker, I can go back to the variance report. I do recall there being some underspending within the 2024 year-end projections. The only challenge would be that those would be available for 2024 expenses. There could be funds that may be able to enable them to begin efforts and begin work, but the full work may require budget approval in 2025.
So how much is left in your 2024 spending?
So through the Speaker, I would need to get back to you on the exact number, but we would need to go through a procurement process in terms of hiring a vendor, in terms of doing that investigative work. So that would take some time as well. And our staff are currently at full capacity for this year.
Right. So I guess this is a request, but council doesn't actually, how often does City Council out of one of your reports say, and we need you to tell us more, and we want you to tell us more about what happened?
So through the Speaker, this does happen from time to time in terms of council requests. This one is a bit unusual, as you're aware, because it would involve an investigation.
Yes, an investigation. So that doesn't happen very often, does it?
Through the Speaker, no, it does not.
So I just need to know how seriously this is being taken, because it really is a serious matter to have a score sheet or a procurement changed 2 days before it goes out to tender. Is that not something that is quite irregular and almost shocking in a procurement process?
So through the Speaker, we are taking this very seriously. We did provide our audit report and noted a number of areas for improvement going forward. And we are very seriously considering this request from Council, and that's why we have included it in our budget request going forward.
So I guess taking it very seriously, it's more than being taken seriously. It's actually, I don't want to say illegal, but it's highly irregular. In a procurement, do you remember the last time there was a procurement issue at City Council? It was the MFP inquiry. Are you familiar with that inquiry?
Through the Speaker, I believe you're referring to the Bellamy one, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, so I'm familiar.
And that was procurement?
Yes.
So it's one thing to sleep on the job. It's another thing to go to Canadian Tire when you're supposed to be working. Would you not say it's a really other thing to change a procurement document? I mean, on the scale of 1 to 10, is that not a 10?
So through the Speaker, as I mentioned, we're taking this very seriously, and it is a serious matter.
but you're having to wait for council rather than put it on your work plan. That concerns me. Should that concern me? Not on your work plan.
So through the speaker, it will be on our work plan contingent on our budget being approved in January by the budget committee and the mayor.
For your entire year or for just this piece?
So through the speaker, this is an enhancement request we're making to our budget to include it because it was a request made later this year. So it was not part of our initial work plan we were planning to do.
So to just recap, there was a procurement issue, very serious, that was flagged by you, that City Council said, sorry, you have to come back and do more work, and it's not on your work plan. Do I have that right?
Through the speaker, it will be on our work plan dependent on whether our budget is approved in January of next year.
Well, that's unsatisfactory to me. I'll speak.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fletcher, to speak.
Factory speaker. That somehow.
Oh, hold on. Councillor Crescenti, you got your name here. You want to speak? Do you want to speak? No, he doesn't want to speak. Okay, Councillor Fletcher to speak. Councillor, okay. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I see my clock has started. I'm just a little bit concerned, and I don't have a motion here, but I'm concerned in the seriousness of this report and the conclusions of this report, and that it's not included. It's now an enhancement. Without the enhanced budget, it doesn't happen. There's something wrong with that. It should be built in as a fundamental piece of the 2025 work plan. Something else needs to come out. So I can't direct the Auditor General, but I'm letting everybody know I'm quite unhappy that we had a situation in procurement. I was here the last time there was a big procurement problem. It was a commission that looked into all this. Somebody getting money in the garage, somebody buying computers. It was a procurement issue where a vendor got a special circumstance. And at that moment, it was city staff and councillors. It was the Bellamy Commission. It looks to me like a vendor got a special circumstance. Now, it wasn't 70 or 80 million like it was before, but it's a special circumstance. I have never in my life seen a procurement document with a score of 100, and there's 7 different points. And when I found out there was a scoring sheet that actually ascribed numbers to each of those items, so 20% here, 15 here, 10 here, so somebody who's bidding understands the weighting on a score sheet. When you have 100 points, you don't know what the weighting is, and then you find that it's weighted on number 7 with 78 points on number 7. How did that happen in a procurement document? Now, I know I'm a broken record on this, but something terrible went on, and everybody's got a freebie out of this. And I don't think it's right. And I think we said we want this investigated. We want to know how that happened. And that was during COVID. We were all told to shut up. You can't ask those questions. We know what we're doing. Back off. Everything's great. Well, everything wasn't great. And everybody got hoodwinked that it was great. And now we know it wasn't great. What happened? I want to know what happened. I'm going to be a broken record. I'm going to carry on this until that investigation. I'm very disappointed that's not in the base budget. It should be in the base budget. And I'd ask the Auditor General to look at that and see what gets moved out, and something else can be an enhancement. You don't have an enhancement on an investigation on a procurement. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to commend the remarks of Councillor Fletcher to everyone in this council and everyone in the City of Toronto and reinforce them. It's true, the auditor has a lot of work to do. And we have an awful lot of programs, and we've got to make sure that over time they all get reviewed and made sure that, you know, good business practices are the norm and standard here at the City of Toronto. And we've got to investigate when there are complaints. But there is stuff that should rise to the top. It absolutely should rise to the top. And the pay it contract and the lingering questions around the pay it contract should be at the center of the attention of this council and our accountability officers. We were told things during those debates. We asked questions of staff, and we were told things that we have now discovered are not true. We were told things that were not true. We have found out that records were not kept, or if they were kept, they were deleted. We have been told that the standard and practices for how we purchase goods and services at the City of Toronto was not met, and it was not met deliberately. We have been told, as Councillor Fletcher keeps trying to remind us, and I hope we're listening, that a form of procurement, which, if you recall, our Chief Purchasing Officer said she had not only never seen in the City of Toronto, she had never seen anywhere, was used in the pay it conversation. We have lingering and outstanding questions about how public money is spent, not just about whether we're, you know, picking the right programs, or if the staff is being as efficient as possible, or if correct bookkeeping is done, but rather whether there was corruption. Nothing can be more important than getting to the bottom of this. And like Councillor Fletcher, I'm profoundly disappointed that that's not among the top priorities of the Auditor General's report. I'm even more disappointed that it's not job one. And the idea that we only get these answers if there's a budget enhancement for the accountability officer, who has by far the largest budget of any of the accountability officers, tells me that the problem lingers. I need to be able to convince the people that I represent that we not only spend money wisely and efficiently here, but we spend it without corruption. And as of today, I cannot tell the people I represent that. And I'm profoundly disappointed that solving that problem, giving me the ability to reassure the people I represent, isn't job one.
Thank you. On the item, on favor? Recorded vote. This is on the work plan. Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please, your vote. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please?
Councillor Fruits has left. Hasn't he left? Oh.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please?
Sorry, affirmative.
Councillor Burnside in the affirmative, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote?
God, we shouldn't have to put up with this.
Councillor Perruzza, are you voting?
Okay.
Are you present and voting in the meeting? Councillor Speaker, I'm going to interpret Councillor Perruzza as saying he was in favor. I can't hear him, but I'm going to interpret that. There's a thumbs up.
No, he stuck his finger up. His finger went up.
The item is adopted, 19-5.
Okay. Our next item, Councillor Cole, AU 7.9. You were asking, you held the BIA's updated 2023 audited financial statements. Do you have questions to staff?
I have looked over the reports and I'm satisfied, so I'll let it go.
So you're releasing?
Yeah.
Okay, AU 7.9, on favor, carried.
I'm not really satisfied, but I'm letting it go.
Councillor Fletcher, you're next. Councillor Fletcher, EC 17.1, the Ombudsman Toronto Housing Unit Status Report.
Now he's willing to just release it.
Who?
Okay, just asking for more report from the city solicitor and the city manager, Speaker.
So Councillor Holiday, you're asking for recorded vote? Okay. So on EC 17.1, recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, please, and thank you. Councillor Cole, when you're seated, please. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? Councillor Thompson, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 23-1.
Our next item is EC 17.2. Councillor Sachs, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? A partnered approach to inclusive economic development.
Sorry, we're still working on this one. Please hold it down.
Okay, EC 17.4, Councillor Bravo, Shelter Safety Action Plan. You held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? Oh, that's tomorrow? Okay. All right, sorry. All right. So Councillor Sachs, how far are you on that item? Are you asking questions to staff or? Pardon?
Can you just hang on? Sorry, 17.2, we're not ready now.
Okay. Well, we have to, we're going through the agenda.
Ready.
Councillor Fletcher, you're up again. GG 18.38 is here without a recommendation, expropriation of BIA area land.
Speaker, I've sent a motion to clerks, albeit very late, to defer that item to the next council.
Okay, so we'll take that item. So you want to defer to the next council meeting?
Yes, please, yep.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is deferring GG 18.38. On favor? Carried.
Then I have two quick releases if you'd like to take them that are coming up, then we don't have to deal with them.
Okay, I'll just go to the next page because...
Fine.
All right, our next item is infrastructure, IE 18.4.
I was going to release that bridge.
You're going to release that one? Okay, this is on the ship channel. Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor? Carried. Okay. Our next item is IE 18.7, Mississauga Boundary Facilities Agreement. Councillor Crescenti.
We're going to be finished this. We're not staying for 3 days.
Councillor Crescenti. He went to visit where? No, he didn't release this one. Councillor Crescenti. You know. Okay. This other one, Councillor Fletcher tried to release and Councillor Sachs held it down. IE 18.10, Toronto Island. Councillor Sachs.
I'm waiting for motion from Mr. Conforti.
Okay, we have to get through this agenda. We can't be waiting on everything. Okay. Okay, but how are we going to get through it if everybody's waiting? So what do you want to do? We're going through the agenda. Yeah, so. No, I understand, but. Okay, PH 7.1.
Just on a vote. It's fine.
You want a recorded vote?
No, just release it.
Okay, PH 17.1, Community Improvement Plan.
I've had my questions answered.
Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor? Carried.
What's that?
PH 17.5, establishing a framework to address excessive indoor temperature. Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs. Like, we're going through the agenda here, so, you know, like, okay. So, Councillor Sachs, do you have questions?
I do not have questions, I have a motion.
Pardon?
I do not have questions, I have a motion.
Okay, Councillor Holyday has questions. Go ahead, Councillor Holyday.
Oh, just want to make sure we got staff. Okay, so.
Okay, everyone, just so you know what item we're at. All right? Councillor Holyday, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. So the report refers to asking the province of Ontario to amend the Residential Tenancies Act 2006 to introduce a maximum temperature standard of 26 degrees for all leased residential premises, include cooling as a vital service. How on earth are older buildings going to meet this that haven't been set up with centralized air conditioning?
So thank you for the question. That is a long-range piece of work. This is a preliminary step, a first step, whereby we're going to be working with C40, who's going to be producing a report, and it's going to come with a number of recommendations that we can look at to determine how we are going to work with the building stock that we have.
So I just want to understand, so this is asking the government of Ontario to change the standards, which I presume represent all buildings in the province, and yet somehow we are making a plan on how they're going to do that. Can you help me understand the dynamic here? I get the rest of the report, but this is one that, forgive the euphemism, you know, the tail is wagging the dog.
So thank you for the question. I would just say that it's important that legislation aligns with each other. And if the Residential Tenancies Act has temperatures in it, it's usually, it works best if they align with the temperatures that we have in our bylaws. We have a vital services and we have property standards bylaws, and both of those we're looking to amend to get to the 26 degrees.
So property standards is different. That's ensuring that the systems are operating as they were designed and intended. Can you explain to me more about what Toronto's proposal is maybe for the future on vital services? Are we proposing that air conditioning would become a vital service and that landlords, regardless of the building, are going to have to ensure the unit temperature is 26 degrees?
So thank you for the question. We recognize that a lot of our stock does not have air conditioning. We recognize the impact that would have on the grid. There's a number of pieces involved. So that's why we're taking a full year to understand how this is going to, how we can establish a roadmap to lay this out.
So I appreciate the complexity of the answer, but why would we ask the province then to amend the RTA in this set of motions? Is it not premature?
That's the best advice we have at this time.
Can you tell me more generally about what the roadmap may involve and where would the costs for all of this retrofit be borne? Because I'll make the note that it's more than just adding air conditioning, it's actually setting a performance, which means the indoor temperature has to be 26. That's tough. I mean, I can think even in my house where I've got air conditioning, sometimes it's hard to achieve that on a really hot day.
Yeah, so I'll start. This is a joint report by myself and Environment and Climate and Public Health, and I'll turn it to my colleague in Environment and Climate to assist me with this.
Through the chair, the work that we're doing over the next few months with our partners at C40 will look at all of these complexities and then identify the appropriate different pathways, both short-term and long-term, in terms of making these changes and how they would align with some of our other programs. But I think to your point, we do recognize that complexity. So that is the work that we have underway to understand how we would achieve some of these outcomes and what is actually reasonable and possible within that context. The 26, though, would continue to be the goal that we're striving through from a public health perspective.
Is anyone looking at this from a macroeconomic standpoint? We've spent a lot of time in council talking about investments by private developers into the rental tenancy sector or the rental housing sector. And I think of all of the small landlords that are out there that are thinking, should I or shouldn't I get into the rental business and help the city with it achieving its goals? Does this not present one more layer of regulatory burden that they have to meet? And have we done any assessments from that front in terms of the impact of this type of regulation on the rental market and the cost of housing in the city.
That was your last question, Councillor.
Thank you for the question. A big component of this work is to do a second round of consultation once we get the roadmap from C40. In that, it's important that we consult with all key stakeholders, including tenants, landlords, property managers, to understand the full impact, as well as our colleagues in hydro.
Thank you very much. Our next questioner, Councillor Mantis, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, just so we have the understanding, we are consulting with the C40. They're going to give us the roadmap, and then we're going to change the temperature maximums.
So thank you for the question. This report does recommend a maximum of 26 degrees. What it does, it's two-stepping it.
Okay.
One, we recommend it. That's the stretch goal of where we want to get.
Okay.
Two is finding out how to get there and to consult on that and to develop that implementation plan, which is critical on how do we do this for all the leased buildings in our city.
But if we approve it, let's say today, when will it effectively become law?
So thank you for the question. It's still a good year out. Okay. We would bring a report back that would summarize the consultation and would summarize our next steps. So it's a 2026 matter.
No, why I'm asking is because I don't, through the chair, I don't think we want landlords to go back and say, okay, now the threshold is 26 degrees and you have to comply, and then we're going to have compliance issues because we still don't have the roadmap for how these people could comply or make their buildings efficient enough for the 26 degrees.
And so it's a great question. It's important that we communicate accurately. We're not here to confuse landlords, tenants. It's important that we have a strong communication plan that outlines what we're doing, why we're doing it, and when it comes into play.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burnside, you are next.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. It's my understanding this is a very complicated issue, given grid issues and cost and whatnot. But so to follow up on Councillor Holliday's question about asking the province for permission before we have an actual framework and a roadmap to even get there, recognizing the province doesn't have a lot of faith in City Council. At the best of times, who gave the advice to do that?
So thanks for the question. We're not asking for permission. What we are suggesting and what is best practice is that our bylaws and the numbers included in our bylaws align with those in the Residential Tenancies Act and provincial legislation.
Yeah, but so to introduce a maximum temperature standard of 26 degrees for all these residential premises, isn't that asking them to, not so much even permission, but it's asking them to enact that, is it not? And who would have given that advice before there's an actual roadmap? You mentioned it's the best advice you have, it's the advice you received. So who gave that advice?
So I'm not sure if you're looking for a specific person. This is again a joint report that's based on a lot of consultation with public health, environment and climate, and ourselves. It's also based on a lot of research with other North American cities as climate change becomes a significant matter in our city.
Sorry, I don't need a specific person, but you mentioned it's the best advice or that's the advice you were given. What department gave that advice?
Public health, environment and climate, municipal licensing and standards. The three divisions are working on this collectively.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions.
Thank you. To begin with, the 26-degree number there's a public health reason why we want to achieve that, correct?
The short answer is yes.
And it's not just because that's comfortable, it's because lives are on the line.
That's correct.
In fact, I'm going to forget the year, but it was something like 2015, 2016, Toronto Public Health, through its Environmental Protection Office and the Office of Emergency Management, did a modeling exercise of what would happen if we had a sustained period of high temperatures. And they found, if I remember this quite vividly, that there would be 100,000 people at serious risk of life or life-altering effects from that heat wave. Is that your memory too?
Through the chair, I can't speak to the specific, but our work from climate change and looking at the impacts of extreme heat would track towards that type of impact, correct?
So we also know, since I've got you on the floor, that the likelihood of extended periods of hot weather and the degree of that hot weather are going to be increasing as the world's climate changes.
Through the chair, that's correct. We actually released a report last week updating climate projections for the City of Toronto that identified that days above 30 degrees had increased since kind of the baseline period we looked at, 1971 to 2000, and will continue to increase at a fairly rapid pace based on the current global projections or trajectory for climate change.
So it's not a matter of if we're going to have a moment when 100,000 people's lives are at risk, it's when we're going to have a moment when 100,000 people's lives at risk, and that's becoming increasingly soon.
Through the chair, our modeling does show that the increased probability of significant heat events will increase over time and are already increasing based on kind of more recent history.
Okay, going back to the enforcement question, it's pretty standard across many enforcement domains that we establish a regulatory standard and then try to work with individuals to achieve compliance. That's our standard practice for everything we do.
That's correct. It's important that we are clear and we articulate a number which is that allows people to understand the rules and to follow those rules. Is it going to be a challenge to enforce? Is it going to be a challenge to enact? Yes.
So in summary, we know that a very large number of Torontonians are at risk. We've achieved health advice that 26 is the temperature that we have to achieve. We know we're going to have to get to compliance. We're putting a flag in the ground saying this is the number you're going to have to achieve. Now we're going to get to work on the mix of regulations and incentives and supports to get there.
Through the Speaker, that is correct. That is our plan, and that's what we're laying out here in today's report.
Additionally, when this came to committee, and I think also in your earlier consultations, we talked to the Greater Toronto Apartment Association, which represents the majority of apartment owners in the City of Toronto, and they agree we have to get there.
So I don't recall Darrell's exact words, but I'm sure that they want to have clear standards, and they want to work with us and all of their partners to implement this.
Also, when we're doing the consultations, there are a number of people in civil society, the Canadian Environmental Law Association, the Seniors for Climate Action Network, and others who have been doing work on this. Will they be part of the community of interest that's consulted as we develop this work?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was a comment made by one of my colleagues that I just want to address through you to staff with respect to the question of, are we asking too much of industry? So currently, we have information that clearly states that sustained exposure to indoor heat over 26 degrees can pose a significant health risk. Is that not true?
So through the speaker, yes, that's correct, Councillor.
And currently, we already have a bylaw for a minimum temperature of 21 degrees, do we not?
That is correct. Ours is 21.
Also in the public health realm, we have very clear expectations of restaurants, for example. We don't accept that there should be rats in people's soups, right?
Through the speaker, yes. That's
Have we heard from any restaurant that have said, you know, by you demanding that of us, you're injuring our industry?
Well, there are certainly some complaints made. I don't know that they're in respect of-
Reasonable concerns, I should add.
Yes, I won't say that there are never complaints, but yeah, there's reasonable conversation that occurs.
What about the safety of buildings? We expect that we have basic standards for what we expect people to keep their buildings in, the conditions that their buildings should be in, so they don't pose a safety risk to the public.
Through the speaker, that's correct.
So, is it fair to say you are not seeking to do anything that would be an unreasonable demand of the industry? You are actually working with the industry, believing in good faith that they would want the health and safety of the residents who live in the buildings that they own to be protected.
Through the speaker, that's correct. They're an important partner in this initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have time for one speaker, Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs? Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, thank you. I'm going to ask to vote separately on a couple of the items on the list, and those are very specifically around setting the 26-degree standard. So I believe that is item number 4 and 5. Speaker, this is a really serious issue, and you know, I think members of council understand that heat exposure and the potential threat to one's life is high. It's scary what you see in the news about what's happened in other parts of the world. It's scary to think that it could occur here. But it's really important for us to be very careful and deliberate about the problem we're trying to solve. Page 12 of the report offers very important information. You know, it reminds us that about half of the city, 48%, live in a rental unit. And it goes into the data from RentSafe.TO. There are 3,582 buildings, and it says only 8.2% of them provide air conditioning to tenants. But then it goes on to say that the vast majority of those buildings, the other ones, allow tenants to install their own air conditioning so that they can control their environment. And it further splits down the list that says, well, you know, there's a handful of them don't allow tenants to install their own air conditioning, but it also reminds us that the vast majority of those, 294 buildings, I've got it here, it's because the building already provides it. And what at the end of dividing down the list of 3,582 buildings, you find out that 4 of them neither provide air conditioning nor allow their tenants to install the air conditioning. So I think most of us could agree, you know, that that's a problematic scenario where somebody doesn't have control over the environment around them. But if you back up, then it really starts to become a conversation about, well, then who's responsible for the indoor temperature? And I think what this report ultimately suggests is that thousands and thousands of buildings in the city of Toronto will have to be changed in a manner to provide a cooling standard to individuals. Not just cooling, I go back to the questions, like, I asked, I was thinking about my own house. On really hot days, it's hard to bring the temperature of the house down. But this says it must be at a specific number, 26. You also think about cooling. There's a difference between heating and cooling. I think what you find with cooling, there's a very narrow band of comfort, because a lot of people will then find that 25 or 24 degrees starts to become too cold. That just has to do with their body type. That's not what they're comfortable with. So then you get in a very complex scenario of, okay, so it can't be more than 26, but for comfort, it can't be more than something else. And that is really hard to do, especially in an old building. So I understand there's a roadmap and there's a purpose to this. And somewhere within the purpose, there is some positive thinking about creating healthier and safer environments for people. But there is a whole bunch of technical. And what I am really worried about is making a demand of the provincial government that says, hey, you know what, codify it in the Act. It's going to be 26 degrees. That is the maximum threshold. Make that happen. Over to you, landlord. And, we've talked a lot in this council meeting about encouraging landlords to develop rental properties because there's a need for them in the city of Toronto. And, the report talks about there's some big buildings, larger buildings and so on. And, they've got certain access to capital and certain ways to manage the building. But there's a whole ton of places in Toronto that either are small landlords or they are potential locations where a small landlord may want to offer up part of their home, part of a property that they've got. And when council makes these moves, it adds just another layer of risk that goes into the equation about somebody stepping into the business of becoming a landlord and frankly creating a home for someone to live in. So I think we must be very, very careful about throwing around regulations and demands of these and not be premature in our asks. So we'll see where the roadmap comes back, but Madam Speaker, I cannot support those two elements of the motions before us in good conscience, because I think that this needs to be done in a logical and sequenced manner.
Thank you. Okay. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Mayor Chow, would you like to read that?
Leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 24 on December 17th, 2024.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Carried. Okay, so we're recessed to tomorrow at 9:30.
I believe there's a reception